Story 1.
Sitting at breakfast on a sunny morning, I was enjoying the peace and quiet. A cup of strong coffee sat on the table, and I was slowly chewing my omelet when I heard a car pull up to the house. Looking out the window, I saw the mailman leave something in the mailbox and drive away. I leisurely finished my breakfast, then got up and wandered outside. Opening the mailbox, I found an envelope. It was a letter from my grandfather, George Hartley. Grandpa never quite got the hang of modern technology and preferred writing the old-fashioned way. I should really visit him, I thought, opening the envelope. Inside was a note. "Hello, Michael, and it's been a while since I wrote to you. How are you doing? I hope everything is well. I'm doing great. I've decided to raise rabbits, such cute creatures. Anyway, what I wanted to tell you is that my friend Frank, who lives next door, brought me an old parchment recently. We couldn't decipher it, and I remembered that you're studying to be an archaeologist. So I decided to send this map to you. I hope you can make sense of it. Well, I hope you're doing well. It would be great if you could visit me. Love, your grandpa." Reading the letter, I felt a slight pang of guilt. I must visit him, I thought. Besides the note, there was an old parchment in the envelope. It looked as if it had survived more than 100 years. The parchment depicted a landscape, but it was impossible to determine where it was located. Ancient writings in an unknown language complemented the picture, and in the corner there was a wolf's head, like a crest. What is this? I thought, intrigued by my grandfather's discovery. Returning home, I sat at the table and began studying the parchment. Searching the internet and archives, I found nothing similar. Deciding to skip classes, I continued my search. After 8 hours, I stumbled upon a forum where someone showed similar writings and claimed that an ancient civilization, older than the Mayans and Aztecs, possibly existing tens of thousands of years ago but suddenly disappeared, once resided in the United States. Only rare writings, numbering in the few, remained from them. Due to this, mainstream science dismisses it as nonsense, but the author was convinced it was true. Reading this, I just smirked. Conspiracy theorists have come up with something again, I thought. But looking at the parchment once more, I decided to study it in more detail at the university tomorrow. I woke up early in the morning feeling a slight excitement. After a quick breakfast, I headed to school. The road took half an hour, but soon I was at the parking lot, across from the massive brick building. Merging with the flow of students, I confidently headed to the laboratory where my friend Derek worked. We met during my practical work and quickly became friends. Opening the door, I found myself in a sterile room. White walls, shiny tiled floors, and rows of high-tech equipment created an atmosphere of scientific research. The air was filled with a faint smell of chemicals and cleaning agents. Derek was sitting in the corner, engrossed in studying a sample. I called out to him, and he, noticing me, smiled. "Hey, Michael," he said, putting aside his work and walking up to me. "Hey, Derek, listen. I have something interesting," I said, pulling the parchment I got from my grandfather out of my bag. Derek took it and, after carefully examining it, said, "It's well preserved. You want to know its age?" I nodded. "Yes, there's a lot of fraud these days. And I want to know if it's really ancient. If it is, it's a sensation." Derek nodded thoughtfully. We decided to conduct a radiocarbon analysis to determine the age of the parchment. Using a sterile scalpel, I carefully cut a small fragment of the parchment, trying to minimize the damage. We placed the sample in a special container, protected from external contamination. Then we performed preliminary processing, cleaning it from contaminants, and placed it in a small furnace to remove all modern traces of carbon. After cleaning the sample, we placed it in a spectrometer to measure the content of the carbon-14 isotope. The spectrometer measured the amount of C14 and compared it to the amount of stable carbon isotopes. Knowing the decay rate of C14, we could calculate the age of the parchment. Derek entered the data into the computer, and after a few minutes, a number appeared on the screen. We froze, staring at the figures. "This parchment is about 10,000 years old," my friend said. I couldn't believe my eyes. "Is this real? But how could it survive for so long? If you hold it in your hands, it feels like it's still fresh. From experience, I know that not everything can last that long. Is this some kind of magic?" Thoughts swirled in my head as I looked at the analysis results. Seeing my surprise, Derek said, "The results are in front of us. We conducted the analysis correctly." We discussed the discovery, sharing our hypotheses and assumptions. Perhaps the parchment had some unique properties, or its owners knew ancient methods of preserving materials. I decided to show it to my academic advisor, Professor Carlyle. The classes were about to end, and I had time to meet with him. I headed to his office, feeling the excitement grow with each step. This discovery could change everything we knew about ancient civilizations. Opening the professor's office door, I saw him at his desk, engrossed in reading yet another scientific paper. "Professor Carlyle, I have something you need to see," I said, holding the ancient parchment in my hands. The professor looked up and, seeing me, smiled. "What do you have there, Michael?" I placed the parchment on the table before him. He looked at it, then raised his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief and amazement. "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice slightly trembling. I told him about my grandfather sending me the parchment and how Derek and I conducted the analysis. The professor listened attentively, his hands slightly trembling, revealing his excitement. When I finished, he sighed heavily. "Actually, I've been studying this topic for a long time, and this discovery is incredible," he said, standing up and opening the top shelf of a cabinet. He pulled out a folder filled with ancient documents and newspaper clippings. Opening it, he began taking out the papers one by one. "Here, look," he said, showing me a photo. "This is a small iron plate with similar writings. It was found in Evergreen, Washington. When digging a foundation pit, workers discovered it in the ground. Unfortunately, all the letters were almost erased." He took out another photo. It showed fragments of shards adorned with a symbol of flames surrounded by sun rays. This fragment was found in Arkansas. It also had a couple of symbols left. I conducted research, and none of the modern linguistic scripts are even close to this. This is something entirely different, and such finds are very few. Many consider this a hoax because there is so little evidence. But I believe there is a lost millennium that modern civilization knows nothing about. And this parchment, it's a miracle it has survived. All these symbols, if we find more, we could understand them and uncover history. The professor was visibly excited and inspired. It was clear that this subject had been troubling him for a long time. He began pacing around the office, continuing his story. "We have a group of like-minded people who share my point of view. They will be so thrilled," he said, calming down and sitting at the desk to study the parchment. "Can you leave it with me?" he asked, looking at me hopefully. I nodded and took a photo of the map so I could study it myself. After that, I left the professor alone with his discoveries. When I went to the university the next day, I discovered that Professor Carlyle was not there. Anxiety began to fill me like the dark waters of an approaching storm. I hurried to the dean's office and found out that the professor had suddenly taken a leave of absence, and no one knew where he was. I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. What happened to him? This thought tormented me for a long time. A week passed, filled with worry and speculation. I tried to match the map's data with real coordinates, but 10,000 years had passed. Soil erosion and climate changes could have drastically altered the landscape. The map schematically indicated mountains, a river, a lake, and a forest. In the middle of the mountains, there was a skull drawn, the meaning of which remained a mystery. The place where something was hidden was marked by a wolf's head, the same as the crest in the corner of the parchment. One evening, sitting at home and pondering the map, I suddenly heard the phone ring. I picked up the phone, and on the other end, I heard Professor Carlyle's voice. He sounded tired but excited. "Hello, Michael. Sorry for disappearing, but my colleagues and I have made some progress. If you don't mind, come to the address I'll send you." I was surprised by the call but agreed to come immediately. The trip took 40 minutes, and soon I found myself in front of an old building, once wealthy but now losing its luster. Approaching the rusty gate, I tugged at the bell, which made a dull ring. Soon the front door opened, and a stout guy walked towards me. He was wearing a t-shirt over a denim vest, long shorts and sandals. Seeing me, he smiled and waved, indicating that he would open the gate soon. Walking quickly to the gate, he opened it and extended his hand. "Hi, my name is Chip. You must be Michael, right? Come on in, the professor said you'd be coming." He led me inside the old house. The atmosphere was one of neglect and ancient mysteries. Dust covered the furniture, cobwebs hung from the corners of the ceiling, and the creaking floorboards underfoot created the feeling that the house had a life of its own. We walked down a long corridor, the walls of which were adorned with old paintings and faded photographs. The light from the windows barely penetrated the thick curtains, creating a gloomy ambience. Chip opened a massive wooden door, and I entered a spacious room lit by lamps and candles. We entered a large room filled with several computers, their screens glowing with green and blue graphs and tables. The walls were covered with various papers. In the center of the room was a large table cluttered with instruments and various maps. Around the table were 4 people, one of whom was Professor Carlyle. When I entered, the professor stood up and greeted me. "Michael, good to see you," he said, extending his hand. "You must have already met Chip." He nodded towards the stout guy who had opened the door for me. "And this is Layla." He pointed to a woman about 30 years old, dressed in a blue blouse and black pants. She had long, curly hair and glasses that accentuated her beautiful blue eyes. "She specializes in geodesy." Then the professor pointed to a tall man with a mustache, dressed in a white shirt and pants, who appeared to be around 45. "And this is Bradley. He's a geophysicist, an expert in underground research. His knowledge was invaluable for analyzing subterranean structures." Chip, as I already knew, was a computer specialist. He was sitting at one of the monitors, quickly typing something on the keyboard. After everyone introduced themselves, the professor began to explain what they had been doing all this time. We studied the map. Despite the schematic nature of the drawings, they accurately indicated the location of objects relative to each other, which gave us some clues. Then the hardest part began, finding landmarks. We started exploring all the mountainous areas in the United States and Canada that border rivers. When the search area narrowed, we began studying the history of the rivers since 10,000 years had passed. This could have been a dead end, but Layla and Bradley took on the task. They went through archives and compared the data, then uploaded it into the computer, and Chip was able to structure and determine the approximate location. We also started searching online and other sources for places with landscapes resembling a skull. We found 3 such places, and combining all the data, we understood where to go. I stood with my mouth open, listening to their report. These guys had really done a great job. Looking at them, I realized they were all specialists in their fields. How did the professor gather them? Later, I found out that they were also interested in the lost millennium and were as much fans of this theory as the professor. After the professor finished his story, Chip invited everyone to eat. The Chinese food had just arrived, and I didn't refuse. At the table, we discussed various theories. Chip, with his mouth full, told me how he once stumbled upon a photo of a find belonging to that era on the internet, and he was drawn to the idea of the unknown. I asked them how they knew it was a civilization. They shook their heads, saying that an unknown person had put forward this theory, but they didn't know who he was. Then I asked where the place indicated on the map was. The professor looked at me and replied, "It's in the Siskiyou Mountains area, near the Rogue River." Hearing this, I was surprised and said, "That's where my grandfather lives." The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, and the professor slapped his forehead, letting out a short laugh. "Typical," he said, shaking his head. "An ordinary person would start searching from where the map was found and would contact the person who found it first. But we began with the most complex path. That's the problem with scientists." Suddenly, he laughed, and everyone laughed in response. The expedition was ready, and they planned to leave tomorrow, and of course they invited me to join them. I couldn't refuse such an adventure. Soon, I said goodbye to everyone and headed home. When I reached my bed, I collapsed onto it, exhausted but excited. In the darkness of my room, I pondered what lay ahead. I recalled my grandfather's map and the mysterious symbols. This place, these coordinates, it all seemed unreal, fantastic. Closing my eyes, I imagined forests and mountains hiding ancient secrets, and how we would embark on a quest for the answer tomorrow. Images of skulls and wolf heads, ancient civilizations and lost millennia flashed before my eyes. Tomorrow could be the beginning of something great and dangerous. With this thought, I fell asleep, not knowing what awaited us, but knowing that it would be something that would change everything. In the morning, I woke up early, filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. I quickly got ready and headed to the meeting place. When I arrived, I saw a pickup truck parked by the roadside. Everyone was already there, loading equipment into the bed. The professor noticed me and waved. "Good morning, Michael. Ready for an adventure?" I nodded, smiling. We loaded the last boxes with equipment, maps, and provisions. I took the front seat to guide the way. We decided to stop by my grandfather's place first to learn about the map's origins. We quickly left the city and hit the highway. We drove along winding roads, navigating through dense forests and rugged terrain. As we delved deeper into the wilderness, the paved roads turned to gravel and then to dirt trails. The sun slowly rose above the horizon, casting golden rays on the road. After a few hours, we reached our destination. The place where my grandpa lived was on the edge of a forest, in a small village. As we drove up, I saw little wooden houses scattered throughout the area. The village was peaceful and serene. People lived simply here, surrounded by nature, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. Wide paths, trodden down over the years, connected the houses. Each home had a small garden where vegetables and flowers grew, giving the place a cozy and self-sufficient feel. My grandpa's house stood at the very end of the village, next to the dense forest. It was an old but well-kept house with a porch and a garden. On the porch were a couple of rocking chairs and a small table with a vase of wildflowers. The wooden shutters on the windows were painted a bright blue, giving the house a picturesque look. I knocked on the door, and soon my grandpa appeared on the threshold. Tall and sturdy for his age, with gray hair and clear blue eyes, he looked surprised at my unexpected arrival, but his face quickly lit up with a warm smile. "Michael, what a surprise!" he exclaimed, opening the door wider. I introduced him to my companions, and then we went inside. When he learned that my professor was with me, he became even more bustling and led us to the living room. "Please have a seat. Let's have some tea first, and then I'll call Frank. He'll tell you where he found this parchment." We settled in, and Grandpa made some tea. It was evident that he was glad to have such guests. While we sat at the large wooden table, Grandpa quickly went outside to call his friend. While waiting, I looked out the window leading to the backyard and saw cages with rabbits, Grandpa's new hobby. I was happy that he wasn't bored and had found something to do. After a while he returned, leading an old man. It was Frank, Grandpa's old friend. He looked tired, but curiosity shone in his eyes. He was surprised to see so many people in the house. "Well, Frank, tell them," said Grandpa, nodding towards me and my companions. The old man sat down, sighed, and began his story. "Recently, I went to the doctor, and he prescribed morning walks. I've always taken my health seriously, so I decided to follow his advice. At first, I walked around the village and along the edge of the forest, but I quickly got bored. So I decided to walk in the forest, although locals know it's quite dangerous. Why, you ask? Because this forest is unusual, and strange things happen there sometimes. Unusual creatures live there, but I've never encountered anything myself, even though I've lived here for decades." He paused, looking at us to make sure we understood. So, I went into the forest and started walking. I didn't notice anything unusual. My daily walks took me further and further in. One day, I stumbled upon something interesting. It was an old wooden house with a forge next to it. I looked around. It was abandoned, with various old things inside, nothing particularly interesting. But among all the junk, I noticed a small chest under the bed. Opening it, I found this map. I decided to take it with me. Then I showed it to George. That's the whole story. We asked Frank if he could point out where the house was. He shook his head. When I decided to go back the next day, I found nothing. That's when I realized this forest is indeed unusual, he said, smiling sadly. Well, I thought. My grandpa had never told me about this place. I wondered why. After having tea, we thanked Grandpa and his friend, then went outside and began unloading equipment from the car. Grandpa, seeing this, asked where we were going. I explained our plan to him. "Be careful," he said, clearly concerned. It's indeed a dangerous place. We geared up, taking everything necessary for the expedition, and got some general directions from Frank. Then we entered the forest. At first it seemed ordinary. Tall trees, thick underbrush, and the sound of birds. But the further we went, the more we felt something was off. The air became heavy, pressing down on our shoulders, and the silence that followed us was almost deafening. Suddenly, We heard rustling and noises coming from deeper in the forest. It could be a bear, I thought, and we hid in the nearest bushes. Our hearts were pounding like hammers. Soon we heard footsteps coming closer. Besides the crunch of branches, there was a strange sound, like something being dragged. A silhouette appeared in front of us. Dark and indistinct in the twilight under the trees' shadows, it looked like a person, but was somehow distorted. I peered closer and gasped in fear. Instead of a human head, this creature had a bird's head. I couldn't tell if it was a pheasant or a quail. It was dressed in a long cloak, completely covering its body. On its head was a straw hat, and in its mouth a straw. The creature was dragging something tied with a rope and wrapped in a cloth. As it passed by us, I noticed a paw sticking out of the cloth. It was an animal, but I couldn't tell what kind. The creature moved slowly, looking around. We held our breath, hiding in the bushes. When it almost passed us, it suddenly stopped and looked directly at the bushes where we were hiding. I thought it had spotted us, but the creature just glanced our way and continued on. We exchanged frightened glances. What was that creature? Was it a person in a costume? Whispered Chip, pale as a sheet. Or something else, added Bradley, trying to find an explanation. Professor Carlyle, a man of science, seemed more stunned than anyone. This is impossible, he whispered. The line between reality and fantasy seems to have disappeared. We started discussing what we had seen in whispers. Layla, still trembling, quietly said, "That creature, it looks so real. Maybe it's a spirit or something supernatural. Maybe it's an ancient being that survived through the ages," Bradley said thoughtfully. "We know so little about what hides in the forests." The professor, still in shock, just shook his head. "We've stepped into the unknown. What we saw doesn't fit into the framework of our knowledge." Had we just entered the forest and immediately encountered such a thing? Was it our luck or misfortune? We continued on our way, this time using GPS, deciding not to search for the house but to head straight to the place indicated on the forum. We walked for another half hour when we heard rustling again. After the first encounter, we were extremely cautious, so we heard the noise from a distance. There were no bushes here, so each of us chose a tree to hide behind. At first, we heard some clicking sounds. Soon, strange creatures appeared on the path. They were the size of 5-year-old children, their heads resembling bulbs and their bodies looked like dolls. Instead of skin, they had bark, and their faces were 3 holes, 2 eyes and a mouth with no nose. In their hands, they carried something glowing like lanterns. They hopped along and hummed something to themselves. I tried to hide as best I could. Though they didn't seem dangerous, who knew? Suddenly, one of them stopped and looked at the tree Chip was hiding behind. The creature couldn't understand what was sticking out from behind the crown and wanted to approach closer. I then took a stone and threw it ahead. These creatures immediately got agitated and looked angrily in that direction. Their empty eyes lit up, and the lanterns went out. It seemed as if the light had seeped into them. In the meantime, Chip managed to move to another spot, and when the creature returned, it found no one. They moved on. We breathed a sigh of relief, once again amazed by this place. We continued on our way, remaining as cautious as possible, when suddenly, in front of us appeared a house. We didn't seek it out, it found us. The house looked old but surprisingly well maintained for an abandoned place. Its walls were made of sturdy wooden beams, darkened by time but not rotten. The roof was covered in moss and patches of grass, giving it an almost fairy tale appearance. The windows were small with wooden shutters that were currently closed. Tall trees grew around the house, their canopies creating a semi-darkness which added a sinister atmosphere to the place. We walked around the cabin and went inside. It turned out that it wasn't abandoned as it seemed from the outside. Inside, there was a cozy, albeit somewhat gloomy atmosphere. We first entered the kitchen. Wooden shelves along the walls held various herbs and jars with unknown contents. The table was cluttered with various items, from stones to kitchen utensils. It smelled of fresh herbs and something sweet. From the kitchen, we moved to the living room. Here, a fireplace was burning, its soft light and warmth filling the room, but there was no one in sight. The chairs and sofa were upholstered in dark, slightly faded fabric. The floor was covered with antique rugs. Suddenly I heard the sound of a beating heart. Looking around in fear, I realized the sound was coming from a small chest on the table. I slowly approached it and carefully opened it. Inside I found a pendant. It was strikingly beautiful, an oval medallion of polished silver with inlays of sparkling red and yellow stones that shimmered in the firelight like stars in the night sky. We exchanged glances, and the professor told me to take it. "It might come in handy," he whispered. After that, we searched the house again, but found nothing else. Leaving the mysterious cabin behind, we continued our journey, cautiously making our way through the dense forest. Fortunately, strange creatures no longer crossed our path, and we began to hope that those encounters were just coincidences. The forest became denser, and soon we heard the faint sound of water ahead. As we approached, we came to a river. Its waters were dark and calm, flowing slowly as if hiding their secrets. The banks were overgrown, with stones and driftwood protruding from the water, creating strange shapes. We decided to follow the river, hoping it would lead us to the right place. The water babbled, its sound soothing, but there was still a sense of unease mixed with excitement in the air. Soon the landscape began to change, becoming increasingly rocky. The river still flowed beside us, but the banks grew steeper, and the stones larger and sharper. About an hour later, we noticed a mist starting to settle over the water. We entered a canyon shrouded in fog. High walls rose on either side, narrowing the space, and the mist blanketed the ground, creating an eerie atmosphere. Light barely penetrated through it, and each step felt like a step into the unknown. We continued, trying not to lose sight of each other. Chip, pulling out his tablet, read aloud the forum description. "The skull-shaped rock lies in the heart of the canyon. Go straight and you won't miss it. It's both beautiful and eerie. I don't know if it's a natural phenomenon or man-made. One can only guess." We continued on, and finally the skull-shaped rock appeared before us. It towered over the canyon like a silent guardian, keeping its secrets. Looking incredibly ancient, the rock seemed to stare at us with empty eye sockets. The nasal cavity was a deep crevice that plunged into the rock, creating an impression of endless darkness. The mouth, twisted in a grotesque grin, was a large opening covered in moss and lichen, like the lips of a monster. The rock's surface bore traces of erosion, but the overall skull contour remained disturbingly clear. Deep cracks and chips could be seen in places, adding realism and horror to the image. The upper part of the skull was covered in thick moss and sparse shrubs, giving the impression that the skull was growing out of the ground. We began to examine the area, wondering what to do next. We walked around it, trying to find any traces or clues. Bradley, as always, was in his element, setting up his geophysical equipment. He set up the ground-penetrating radar and began scanning the surface. We watched as he moved slowly around the rock, closely studying the device's screen. Suddenly he stopped. His face lit up with excitement. "It seems I found something interesting," he said. "There's a cavity underground. It might be a cave." We came closer and Bradley pointed to one of the skull's eye sockets. "The entrance should be here." We peered into the dark void. Bradley, armed with a flashlight, began examining the eye socket. There, hidden behind the stone, he discovered a narrow tunnel. "There's a passage here," he said, "but it's very tight." With difficulty but determination, we began to crawl inside. It was especially tough for Chip, his bulkier frame making the narrow passage a real challenge. Eventually, one by one we squeezed through the narrow passage and found ourselves in a cave. The cave was dark and cold, its walls covered in damp moss and glistening mold. The floor was uneven, strewn with rocks and stalactites hanging from the ceiling like stone claws. The silence was deafening, broken only by our footsteps and quiet breaths echoing into the depths of the darkness. We moved through the tunnel, illuminating it with our flashlights, carefully stepping over the uneven ground. The walls around us were damp and cold, and the air grew increasingly dense and heavy. Suddenly a vast space opened before us. We emerged into a large cavern, its grandeur and mystery overwhelming. Before us stood huge stone stelae inscribed with the same language we had seen on the map and artifacts. Alongside the inscriptions were various drawings depicting scenes seemingly from ancient history. We stopped, mesmerized by the sight. We immediately began examining the stelae, taking photos of each symbol and image. Each of us was filled with awe and wonder. These stone slabs could tell us the story of a civilization we knew nothing about until now. "Look at this!" the professor called us over. We gathered around one of the stelae, which depicted an epic battle. There were humans, next to whom was engraved the flame symbol with rays and many others, fighting various creatures, from trolls to other monsters. But the main figures were a huge wolf alongside a knight and a creature with tentacles and many eyes. We studied the depiction in amazement. "Is this someone's fantasy?" Chip muttered. "Or did such a battle really take place?" The drawings looked so realistic and detailed that it was hard to believe it was mere fiction. The information on the stela was partially erased, adding to the mystery. We continued studying the stela and discovered a drawing depicting an explosion. It was dome-shaped, similar to a nuclear explosion, but different from the ones we knew. After this drawing, the images ceased. "Could there have been some explosion at the end of the battle that destroyed the civilization?" Bradley whispered, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. We looked around, trying to understand what had happened in this place thousands of years ago. The cave was full of secrets and mysteries. We knew that what we had found could change our understanding of history. "Incredible," Layla said. "These drawings, they seem to be warning us about something." "We must investigate everything here," the professor said, his voice full of determination. This could be the key to solving the mystery of the lost civilization. Suddenly, I heard rustling, or rather a scurrying sound. I turned around in fear, recalling our recent encounters with various creatures and knowing that this place could be dangerous. "Something's approaching," I whispered to the others. We froze, trying not to make a sound. "Be ready," he said, his voice tense. Suddenly, we saw something crawling toward us. It felt like it had been asleep and was now awakened. These creatures covered in dirt crawled slowly, stretching their limbs until they finally stood upright. In front of us stood terrifying humanoid frogs. They were repulsive and sinister, their eyes glowing with hunger. "We need to run!" I shouted, and we bolted further into the cave. The creatures gave chase. We sprinted forward, illuminating our path with flashlights, stumbling over rocks and uneven floors. The sounds of our running echoed through the cave, mixing with the guttural growls and slapping of webbed feet behind us. These creatures pursued us relentlessly, their filthy bodies sliding across the ground with a sickening squelch. At the end of the cave, we came upon a massive stone door. It was adorned with carved symbols and images, as if guarding something ancient and sacred. We struggled to open it, pushing and straining, and finally burst inside. It was a huge tomb. In the center stood a stone coffin, surrounded by candles that seemed to have been burning for centuries. We closed the door behind us, and the creatures outside began pounding on it, but couldn't get in. The tomb was filled with a dark beauty. Along the walls stood stone statues of creatures similar to those that had chased us. Only these looked more like bats. Their massive wings were spread wide as if they were about to take flight, and their faces were twisted into grotesque expressions of horror and rage. We stood, breathing heavily, realizing that while we had escaped imminent death, we were now trapped in this ancient tomb. The walls, covered in faded frescoes and symbols, told the story of a long-forgotten civilization. And in the center of it all stood the stone coffin, majestic and terrifying at the same time. "We're safe. But what now?" Chip whispered, looking around. We began to explore. It was an amazing place, but the coffin in the center of the room interested us the most. Despite his fear and exhaustion, Professor Carlyle stepped forward resolutely. "We need to find out what's hidden here," he said, and we began to carefully open it. The lid of the coffin creaked heavily as we pushed it open. Inside lay a knight in black armor. His armor was as black as if it absorbed light, adorned with strange symbols. But the most terrifying thing was that instead of a human head, he had the head of a wolf. It looked as if he had died recently. The fur was still soft, and his eyes seemed to be watching us, though they were closed. The coffin was lined with soft fabric, as if even in death this being was given honor and respect. The knight held a huge sword, its blade gleaming even in the dim candlelight. "Look at this," Bradley whispered, but his words were interrupted by Layla's scream. "The statues are starting to move!" she screamed. We turned and saw that the stone statues, resembling bats, began to slowly come to life. Their stone wings scraped, and their eyes glowed with a malevolent light. They slowly rose to their feet, emitting a low growl as if awakening from a long sleep. At that moment, I felt the medallion in my pocket come to life. The sound of a beating heart echoed through the tomb. Meanwhile, the monsters were awakening and growling, filling the space with threatening sounds. I pulled out the medallion and suddenly it glowed and flew out of my hands, heading toward the coffin. I didn't see what happened to it next as the creatures started closing in on us. There was no way out, and enemies were outside as well. It seemed like the end for us. But as one of the monsters leapt at me, I caught a glimpse of movement. Something flew out of the coffin and split the creature in half with a massive sword. It was the wolf knight from the coffin. He stood before us, holding his sword, which now glowed with a mysterious light. His movements were swift and graceful, like those of a true warrior. With a roar of fury, he charged at the awakening monsters. The knight fought with incredible strength and precision. His sword cut through the enemies, leaving behind arcs of light. He moved so quickly that our eyes could barely follow him. Each of his movements was deadly and graceful. He cleaved one creature in half, then decapitated another, and impaled a third. The monsters tried to surround him, but he was relentless. His strikes shattered them into pieces, blood and flesh scattering throughout the tomb. He emitted deep growls, mixing with the screams of the dying creatures. Soon the entire tomb was covered in the remains of the monsters. When the last enemy fell, the Wolf Knight stopped and turned to us. His eyes glowed with a sinister light, but there was a strange wisdom and strength in them. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he rushed to the door. The frog creatures were waiting there, but he easily cut them down and rushed on. "This is our chance!" the professor shouted, and we ran after him. We raced through the tunnel, following our mysterious savior. Soon we found ourselves back in the section of the cave with the stelae. But to our horror, it was filled with monsters. They swarmed the entire cave as if appearing out of nowhere. But the Wolf Knight didn't stop and charged into the thick of the battle. With each step, his sword described shining arcs, cutting down the monsters with incredible force and precision. His movements were fast and deadly, like a whirlwind of steel and claws. He pierced, slashed, and crushed the enemies, each strike echoing through the cave, interspersed with the screams of the dying creatures. He cleaved one monster in half, then decapitated another, giving them no time to react. The frog-like creatures tried to surround him, but their efforts were futile. The Wolf Knight moved with such speed that it seemed as if he was everywhere at once. His sword gleamed in the torchlight, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. One of the creatures, a massive bear-troll hybrid, attempted to attack from behind, but the knight sensed its approach. He turned and with a single stroke pierced the beast, causing it to collapse to the ground with a muffled roar. Several more creatures lunged at him, but he parried their attacks, striking down his foes with relentless precision. Every movement of the Wolf Knight was lethal. His sword danced, leaving a bloody path. The creatures tried to resist, but they stood no chance against such force and speed. He carved his way through the ranks of monsters, obliterating them with his ferocious onslaught. We stood in awe and terror, watching this epic battle. It seemed as if the knight was an ancient deity, come to punish evil. With each blow, he destroyed more and more enemies until none were left alive. The Wolf Knight ran again, as if driven by some unknown force, and we followed. Soon, a light appeared ahead, piercing through the fog and stone walls of the cave. The knight didn't crawl through the narrow passage but magically blasted a hole in the wall, then shot outside. We hurried after him and found ourselves in the open air. In the middle of the canyon stood a strange creature, unlike anything I had ever seen. It resembled a gigantic praying mantis, crossed with a centipede. Its body was covered in chitinous plates that glistened in the sunlight. Huge, curved claws gleamed menacingly, and long, segmented legs moved with terrifying speed. The creature's head was covered in fangs and spikes, and its large eyes glowed with malice and hunger. Its tail, resembling a stinger, writhed like a snake ready to strike. The creature roared upon seeing the Wolf Knight, and they clashed. Wasting no time, the knight charged at the enemy, raising his glowing sword. The creature let out a horrific screech and lunged forward, its claws snapping like sharp scissors. The Wolf Knight dodged the first blow, and turning swiftly struck back with his sword. The blade, shining with magical light, met the chitinous plates of the monster with a ringing sound. The creature recoiled, spewing a stream of poisonous saliva that sizzled as it hit the ground. The Wolf Knight continued his assault, his movements swift and precise. He slashed and stabbed, seeking a weak point in the monster's defense. The creature defended fiercely, its claws and stinger striking wildly, but the knight moved with such speed that he remained invulnerable. Suddenly, the creature tried to attack the wolf knight from the side, but he anticipated the move. As the monster lunged forward, the knight dodged and struck at a side segment. His sword pierced the soft flesh between the chitinous plates, and the creature roared in pain. The monster attempted to strike the knight with its stinger, but he was faster. The wolf knight grabbed the stinger with one hand and with the other struck with his sword, slicing it in half. The creature screamed, struggling to free itself, but the knight was relentless. He swung his sword and delivered a final crushing blow. The massive head of the creature rolled to the ground and its body trembled and fell with a heavy thud. The wolf knight stood over the defeated foe, breathing heavily, his sword stained with the monster's blood. He lifted his head and looked at us, his eyes still glowing ominously. We stood in shock, unable to believe our eyes. Suddenly he approached us and said something in an unknown language. His voice was deep and resonant, like an ancient echo from the depths of time. Professor Carlyle tried to respond, but the knight only shook his head and pointed toward the forest. It was a clear sign. He was telling us to leave. Who was he? We decided not to take any risks and headed for the exit. The wolf knight vanished into the mist, dissolving into the air like a ghost from a distant past. We retraced our steps, trying to collect ourselves. We were silent, contemplating everything that had happened. Despite all the horror and incredible events, we didn't leave empty-handed. We had photos of the stele and many theories about a great battle in the past that changed the world. We realized that this battle might have wiped out an ancient civilization and altered the course of history. But how exactly it happened, we still had to understand. We emerged from the forest and returned to the car, feeling like people who had returned from another world. Later, we tried several times to find that place again, but we couldn't. It was as if an unknown force was keeping us out. The forest seemed to hide its secrets from prying eyes, guarding its ancient mysteries. We returned to our ordinary lives, but each of us knew that what we saw and experienced had changed us forever. We continued working on uncovering the secrets of the stele, hoping to someday understand what exactly happened in that ancient forest and what role the wolf knight and other creatures played in it.
Story 2.
The city welcomed everyone without distinction. To some, it seemed hospitable and generous. To others, soulless and cold, chasing only profit. But there were also those who, once having visited it, never set foot there again, preferring small towns and dreary villages. When asked about the Dream City, which for most was a bright toy in a gilded wrapper, they either remained silent, looking with pity at the curious simpletons, or tersely responded, branding the city with one stern word: trap. To Rod, who was striving to get to Westwick before the severe cold set in, the city seemed like a vast refuge, promising a well-fed winter and certain opportunities for the future. After 2 years of wandering, the boy was tired of roaming the back streets and alleys of small towns, polished to impossibility. He was sick of the monotonous bridges of quietly fading villages and the dirty markets of tumbleweed fairs. Rod wanted stability in his too young but already lonely life. He wanted to change it, or at least try. What if something worked out? 2 years, 2 circles of hell. He moved towards the cherished Dream City, overcoming obstacles. He hitchhiked, but not often. Not all adults could be trusted. There were times when he was nearly raped, and once he was almost killed while dozing on the street. but these were trifles for a vagabond's life. No one remembered or stood up for the homeless. No one cared about them. All your strength lies in your legs and fists. This is what Rod learned for himself when his life moved beyond the threshold of a home. At 14, he was considered quite an adult by vagrant standards. Once, in his past life, just 2 years ago, he was called by a beautiful and sonorous name, Rodney. But the streets do not tolerate beauty and elegance. They do not need people with names and origins, only facelessness and simplicity. Therefore, very soon, Rodney shortened to Rod, and the fullness of the name now vaguely emerged in the boy's consciousness, not fitting with his current life. Only dreams brought him fragments of that past life, where his parents were alive, where there was warmth and love, and no loneliness. From such dreams, Rod woke up in tears. These visions were worse than the darkest nightmare, tormenting with reminders of the loss of what he no longer had. Westwick met him, its gates wide open. The city had been blanketed with snow the night before, but an unseasonal thaw had set in, spreading a dismal slurry over the metropolis. The snow, which one would have liked to walk on, cheerfully crunching underfoot, quickly melted, mixing with the dirt of the sidewalks and the sand of the roads. The pristine cover turned into millions of puddles, which in turn merged into large muddy pools where the snow slush was trampled by millions of feet. The sky, for some reason, reflected these puddles, impenetrably gray with dirty streaks. It poisoned the already slushy picture with periodic bursts of wet snow devouring the remnants of the former white splendor. "And this new year will pass without snow," thought Rod, looking around, adjusting his dirty, well-worn hat on his head, habitually lingering his fingers on the thick cuff. His mother had knitted it long ago in his past life. His shoes had long since leaked. His socks were wet, but the boy did not despair. Perhaps in Westwick he could find himself a new pair of shoes, and if he was very lucky, even some pants, as his old ones were quite worn out and dotted with holes. Lingering near the towering windows of a well-known clothing brand store, Rod encountered a group of similar vagrant teenagers. Perhaps it was a chance meeting, or maybe he had caught their attention himself. But one of the youths beckoned him over with a finger and started a conversation. "Hey there, newcomer," said a blond boy about Rod's age, his voice almost breaking into adulthood, with a light fuzz showing above his upper lip. "What wind blew you into these parts, you clumsy fool?" Rod did not like anyone's company and diligently avoided encounters with similar groups of peers and older kids. Now he tensed up, resolutely planning to escape at the first convenient moment from these new acquaintances surrounding him on all sides. The kids were dressed almost identically, worn and weathered clothing, some suitable for the season, some not. "Look at this. He's silent," the blond boy continued. "Are you mute or just stupid?" "He doesn't want to say hello to you, Captain," squealed a red-headed boy, younger and shorter. "He doesn't respect you. He doesn't respect us. He's too proud." Rod internally braced himself, ready to receive a portion of shoves or kicks, maybe even slaps. Physical abuse was normal in the world of the streets, a kind of communication and a test of resilience. If you withstood it without flinching or crying like a girl, they would leave you alone, or in the best case, accept you into their group. The first option suited Rod just fine, and he exhaled, preparing to take Westwick's first gift. "Hey, kid, open your eyes," Rod heard. He hadn't noticed he had closed them. The captain, evidently the leader of these boys, stood very close, peering intently into his face. "He's a coward, too." The redhead kid didn't stop. "Hey, are you a coward?" asked the captain. Rod just shook his head no. He had trouble communicating with peers and adults. For some reason, he got along well with little kids and always found the right words in conversations with them. But with peers, it was different. His tongue became clumsy and heavy like a hammer. Something inside him locked up and the words broke on the tip of his tongue. Because of this, he was often considered either dim-witted or arrogant. Every time he couldn't avoid a beating. Then why are you silent, squinting and turning up your nose like we're some kind of trash? Or maybe you think we are. Well, speak up. The captain's light eyes narrowed menacingly. He's squinting at us like a girl in the sun. The redhead boy burst out and laughed in a childish voice. You're like the sun to him, Captain, like the sun. A couple of boys joined in the redhead's laughter, but their leader didn't laugh. His face didn't twitch a bit. Not funny, Red, the captain said, and the laughter stopped immediately. He's either scared or acting superior. I don't like either option. Can't stand cowards or arrogant fools. Useless trash. So who are you, clumsy? Guys, I just came to the city, I don't know. Rod began to reply, but the blond boy interrupted him. What don't you know? Didn't they teach you to say hello? Do you know if I want, you'll be out of the city as quickly as you came in? I didn't mean, I don't know, Rod stammered. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape route among the boys surrounding him. What are you talking about? Answer properly. Who are you? Where are you from? And what are you doing here? The captain barked. I'm Rod, and I came from there. The boy gestured behind him. Wanted to find a place for the winter, that's all. Looking for a place, huh? The captain shifted his gaze from Rod to the other boys. You're a scared one, Rod. And what's with that strange name? It's what I've got. Guys, you know, this kid might not be so bad after all. The captain suddenly smiled and winked at the other boys. How about we take him into our crew, huh? What do you say? He's kind of weird, Captain, the redhead boy squeaked. Crazy, maybe. What do you think, Bison? The captain addressed a large, stocky boy with a dark buzz cut and rough, unattractive features. He's scrawny, Captain Weak, Bison grunted. I see how it is, Bison, the gang leader smirked. So, what's your word, Shake? What do you think? I think everyone deserves a chance, even a weakling like him, thoughtfully replied a lean boy with coffee-colored skin and expressive girlish eyes. I agree with you, Shake. You're in, Rod, but on one condition, the captain decreed. Can I just not join your club and go my own way? Rod unexpectedly blurted out. The prospect of mingling with peers and sticking around with them in the city streets filled him with a mass of unpleasant feelings. He was ready to take a beating sooner than being forced to hang out side by side with these boys. Loners don't survive in Westwick. Just so you know, newcomer, the captain cut him off. Don't want to join us? Fine. That was a generous offer from our side. We may be like you, without a home and family, but we have principles, and we don't just throw punches for no reason. Go, we're not keeping you. The boys parted and stepped aside from Rod, giving him freedom. This treatment confused him, and he stood still. He had almost forgotten that people could be merciful and kind. Of course, he had encountered many good and decent people, mostly among the very young or the old. But he considered the former too young and innocent for malice and deceit, and the latter redeeming their sins with good deeds. Rod no longer believed that people could be kind without a reason. Behind every normal act he saw either self-interest or foolishness. Well, what are you standing there for? Go, no one's holding you. The blond boy with the fuzz above his lip repeated. Something clicked and snapped inside Rod. He feared that click, but for a moment he desperately wanted to become part of this mysterious group, to get something more than a place to sleep and food. He hesitated. but also feared this was the chance he had been waiting for 2 years, for which he had roamed and wandered through miserable villages and dim towns. "Let's go, Captain. This one's a lost cause," the redhead boy squeaked. "He's not cut from our cloth. I'm telling you, he's crazy." "What condition were you talking about?" slipped out of Rod's mouth. "What? You've changed your mind?" The redhead boy was surprised. "Look who's come around." "So, are you with us, newcomer?" The captain's eyes narrowed again. "What's the condition?" Rod's voice mixed desperation, panic, and fear. He was simultaneously afraid that it was a trap, but even more scared that the time had passed for something greater, elusive. "One night, newcomer," the captain simply replied. "What does that mean? What's this night?" Rod's nerves were stretched to the limit, and his hat felt small and unpleasantly tight at the temples. "Come with us. I'll explain everything on the way." Rod agreed, suddenly realizing he had no better option. Of course, he could refuse and leave, but doubts would eat at him, and besides, these boys seemed quite different from all the other street kids he had encountered. They had a certain nobility, uncommon for the streets, and there was a sense of organized calm without aggression and unnecessary cruelty. This was what lured him to the obvious choice. The boys walked silently down the street, turning into silent alleys and emerging onto crowded avenues and boulevards of Westwick. They maneuvered like small boats in a lively bay with thousands of tributaries and one noisy exit into the ocean. Rod had never seen such a stark and sharp contrast between neighboring poverty and luxury. So many colorful characters in one place called Westwick, so much dirt and cleanliness. The metropolis left no one indifferent, and Rod was struck by the duality and multifaceted nature of the city. "This is just the candy wrapper," Shaik scoffed, noticing the astonishment on the newcomer's face. "At night, the city becomes real, in a way you'll never see during the day." And they kept walking along the wet tiled sidewalks, cleared of gray snow in the city center, and through the dirty puddles in the back streets. Rod felt like the city was endless, and that they would have to walk forever. But everything has an end. The captain began leading his group further from the center into narrow, dirty streets closer to the outskirts of Westwick. When the boys waded through one particularly narrow and deserted alley, sinking almost to their calves in the gray slush of melting snow, Rod's shoes finally soaked through, half filled with icy water. It was at that moment the captain broke his silent march. "We have a rule. You need to spend a night with the group in a special place. It's a sort of test, a test of resilience, as Red would say." "Yeah, that's what I tell everyone," confirmed the red-haired boy. "I need to spend the night with you somewhere." "What do I have to do?" asked Rod, grimacing at the liquid cold in his feet. "What's the catch?" "First of all, not just anywhere, but in a special place, you fool," the captain continued calmly. "And secondly, you don't have to do anything. You just need to be with the group and not go anywhere. And as for the catch, of course there's a catch. A test always implies a catch. That's what makes it a test. And you agreed to it when you decided to come with us. Now you have only one way forward, and don't look back." "What if I refuse? If I don't go?" Rod stopped, the water immediately beginning to fill the remaining spaces in his shoes. "What, you scared, you coward? Your balloon deflated?" Red sneered, Bison just snorted disdainfully, and Shaik preferred not to look at the newcomer at all. "Go ahead. I've already told you. We're not holding you. If you haven't noticed, you're the one holding on to us." The captain continued walking forward, bravely battling the icy slush of the puddles. Rod stood for a moment and then began making his way through the snowy mess again. He was halfway there, and he didn't like leaving things unfinished. His mother had taught him from early childhood to finish what he started no matter what. "How many of you are in the group?" Rod asked when he caught up with the captain. "Now 6. With you it'll be 7. We had 2 more, Joker and Torch." "You'll meet Artist and Cowboy at the place," replied the blond boy. "What happened to the other 2? "You'll find out in due time. We're almost there." In the alleys and on the outskirts of Westwick, the snow surprisingly still lay in flattened drifts, retaining its whiteness. The boys had left the suffocating paved streets behind, leaving behind tall buildings with damp stains on the walls and muddy puddles of snow dirt. Now, feeling invigorated, they walked along a trodden path past an abandoned industrial zone. There were plenty of such places across the country, once bustling with life and people, now frozen in the void of oblivion, seeping through holes in the fences. In such places, one could either meet stray dogs or homeless people, but their path lay further. Skirting the abandoned land along the fence, the group went beyond the city limits. Ahead, there was a highway intersection with an overpass looming above it. "That's where we're headed," the captain pointed toward the bridge. "We're leaving the city?" Rod became worried. "No, we'll stop there. You'll understand when we get there." The overpass was equipped with a network of heat pipes, where hot water gurgled. Rod didn't immediately realize that the boys had made their camp right under the road surface, about 30 feet high. At first he thought they were testing him when Red pointed with a smirk to the steps mounted on one of the overpass supports along its entire height. But the captain didn't smile. He was the first to nimbly climb up and disappeared behind a thick pipe wrapped in a good layer of special insulation. Rod climbed second. Once his foot slipped on a rung and he nearly hung in the air, but the animal fear that awakened in him seemed to glue him to the post and helped him successfully climb up after the blond boy. When Rod looked down, his head spun unpleasantly for some reason, even though the height wasn't that great. But the rising sense of helplessness and unaccountable fear pushed him away from the edge, and he preferred to temporarily refrain from looking down, deciding to explore the other life that lurked among the lines of pipes. Up top, it was warm and damp. The hot, vibrating pipes were sometimes covered in condensation, trickling down in thin, steaming streams. There was enough height for the boys to walk bent over among the pipes. An adult or tall person would have had to crawl on all fours. There was a special kind of coziness here. Not homey, of course, but it was still there. The boys had piled up rags in one place, forming a kind of bedding that smelled of their bodies and pipes, which formed makeshift walls. "Are you hungry?" the captain asked Rod. "I am." The newcomer's stomach growled loudly in response, eliciting smirks and grins from the boys. "Here, take this." The gang leader fished a canvas backpack from the rags, rummaged through its voluminous insides, and handed the newcomer an opened pack of cookies and a bottle of water. "It's what we've got." "Thanks." Rod opened the bottle and gulped down a third of it with relish. "I want some too," Shake demanded. Rod handed the bottle of water to the boy and started on the cookies, which had become soggy in the backpack. While he munched on the treat, 2 more boys joined them, whom the captain introduced to the newcomer. "This is Artist." He nodded towards a tall boy with long, dirty hair down to his shoulders. "He paints on all the city walls, sometimes here too. And this is Cowboy." A boy with gray eyes and worn-out jeans and a ridiculous cowboy hat, the apparent source of his nickname, looked at Rod with curiosity. "Have you been living here long?" the newcomer asked. Down below, cars of all sorts hurried in all directions, honking and revving. "Going on the 3rd week now," the captain replied somewhat lazily. "And why here?" "It's noisy. We're right in the middle of the intersection. How do you sleep? When you don't sleep a night, I'll see how this car bustle down there will bother you, Bison grumbled. What? Does no one sleep at night? Rod was surprised. You ask too many questions for a weakling, Red said, spitting heavily. Well, I'm curious. What's so interesting? Why the hell has life driven us like squirrels onto this damn overpass? Is that what's interesting to you? Red's voice rose to a falsetto. That too, Rod replied quietly, bewildered. Go to hell. Didn't even come here properly and already wants answers to his questions. Red, stop it right now. The captain barked, and Red and his hand with the fig jumped to the side. The newcomer isn't aware of our rules and ways. Don't be hard on him, and don't dare swear. What have I said about this? Forgotten? Captain, he got me worked up. Red lamely justified himself, glaring at Rod. What have I said about this, huh? The captain's voice thundered. No one is ever allowed to swear in our community. Yeah, sorry, Captain. Red shriveled into a ball. It won't happen again. You better keep your tongue in check next time you feel like swearing, Red, or I'll count all your teeth and rip your tongue out. Yes, Captain. Red's voice was completely subdued. Listen up, everyone, the gang leader addressed the boys. Don't touch Rod, don't insult him, and certainly don't hit him. If I find out anyone has wronged him secretly, I'll kick them out. Everyone got it? Yes, Captain, the boys responded almost in unison. All right, newcomer, here's the deal, the captain turned to Rod. Now we all go to sleep, and this is not up for discussion. At night, everything will become clear to you, and you'll get all your answers in the morning, if you make it to morning. Now sleep. Rod wanted to ask more, but seeing the gang leader's stern nature, decided to stay quiet. They made a place for him in the common bedding where everyone burrowed headfirst into the brought rags. Rod followed the others' example, wrapping himself under a crumbling old, damp blanket that smelled of mildew, sweat, and dirt. Rod lay for a long time, fearing to fall asleep. After years of wandering, he had gotten out of the habit of trusting people he slept next to. Moreover, this group of boys was very different from all the others he had encountered, which made him even more wary. But the unceasing hum of cars below and the warmth of the pipes, along with his feet warming up after the wet trek through the city, soothed him and plunged him into a sleep without dreams. Rod awoke in the dark. The boys were quietly whispering among themselves in the corner. The boy crawled out from under the old rags and listened to the conversations. They got too close, Bison. Red's businesslike voice sounded. It seemed he was the second in command after the captain. Joker and Torch. They met them a kilometer from here, and that's a problem. What do you suggest? Should we leave? Bison asked nasally. I would get out of here, Red whispered tightly. More like from fear, Shike interjected in a clear voice. I'm not a coward. Don't call me a coward. There was a scuffle. Tell me you're not afraid of them? That you're glad to meet them? I'm afraid, but I don't run away from them, the dark-skinned boy replied mockingly. If I hadn't run, they would have killed me too. Red protested. You left them, Red, Bison said sadly and gloomily. I wouldn't have left the guys, but I wasn't there. Exactly, Bison. You weren't there, and neither were you, Shike, to talk such nonsense. Red squealed. There were many of them, guys. Hear that many. A whole pack, and there were only 3 of us. What would have been the outcome, huh? 3 against 20. Even if we were all there, they would have finished each of us. We have only one option. Run. Why do you keep saying like a girl, run, run? Maybe you saw shadows and thought there were many? This voice was still unfamiliar to Rod. He guessed it was either cowboy or artist speaking. They must have heard his quiet rustling when he crawled out from under the ragged blanket and fell silent. Tension and a mysterious fear electrified the air, making it heavy and slightly suffocating despite the piercing frosty wind that skirted the thick pipes. "Awake, newcomer," Shake murmured. "How long have you been eavesdropping?" "I wasn't eavesdropping." Rod crawled closer to the boys. "What happened?" "You'll find out soon enough, coward. You'll find out soon enough." The note of mockery returned to Red's voice, but fear emanated from him, a sour smell with a hint of mold that Rod knew too well. "I want to know everything now, not later. Tell me," the newcomer firmly demanded. "And why are you bossing around here? You're nobody yet to raise your voice," Red snapped, smelling even more of anxiety. "Either you tell me everything now, or I leave." Rod decided to take a risk. There was nowhere to go at night, and finding a suitable place to sleep in the dark winter hours was nearly impossible. Besides, he didn't know the city, and the outskirts of Westwick didn't inspire trust without the usual street lighting in the evening. It was pitch dark everywhere, except for the lonely roadside lamps of the intersecting highways. "Then get out of here. I didn't like you from the start," Red hissed, acting all high and mighty. "And I will," Rod bluffed. "Quiet, Red. You're at it again," the captain yelled behind the boys. He had been absent, but returned just in time to prevent a fight from breaking out. "What did I tell you? Should I throw you down to them for dinner?" "Captain." Red's voice trembled and fell silent. "He got me worked up. Kept saying he'd leave if we didn't explain everything to him. And we can't say anything without you. You said so yourself. Rod, come closer. It's time to tell you everything," the captain said, ignoring Red's excuses, crawling over the pipe and sitting, leaning his back against its warm surface. The boy obeyed and moved closer, following the gang leader's example, leaning with pleasure against the gurgling hot water pipe. The boys sat in a tight circle around them, passing around a bottle of water and a packet of stale bread and soggy cookies. Not much of a feast, but Rod was satisfied. "You seem like a seasoned kid, not your first day on the streets. That's obvious. And you know that people are different," the captain began from afar. "In cities, in villages, there are good and bad people. It's good when you immediately figure out a person and see what they are, right? You know how to deal with them right away. But here, Rod, in Westwick, there are different special people. It's even scary to call them people. They're not like others. I don't understand. You'll see them soon. They hunt in packs of 20, sometimes 40. Whoever falls into their hands is doomed, never to see the morning dawn. They're a frightening tribe." "They hunt people?" The boy suddenly felt cold, and a shiver ran down his spine, despite the hot pipe diligently humming behind him. "They catch anyone who lingers on the city streets at night." The captain's voice became hollow and distant, like a sinister ghost hovering over the pipes. "Anyone. They don't disdain bums and prostitutes. They especially love kids and people like us." "And why do they catch people? Just to kill them?" "They hunt them and eat them. I've seen it. Red has seen it," the captain said. "What? They attack people like animals and eat them? That can't be. This is a city." Rod shouted in fear, pinched by the truth. "What, you thought only angels live in the city?" Red snapped back at him. "You have no idea what kind of hell this Westwick is." "Red, shut up!" The captain's stern reprimand cut him off. "Rod, they're worse than ordinary people. Believe me, I've seen it and know what I'm talking about. Once I followed one of them. Didn't regret a day, but followed that bastard. During the day, he hid and kept his beastly nature inside. But at night, coming out into the street, he became like a wild animal." "They're werewolves?" Rod asked uncertainly, bracing for a stream of jokes. Better if they were werewolves, the captain sighed sadly. They remain people with reason and memory, but at night they awaken horrific beastly needs to kill and eat. I saw how that guy inhaled the air. He inhaled greedily like a wolf, and I saw his eyes shine with a yellow gleam. How he sneaked through the dark sides of the streets, crouching and almost going on all fours, trying to remain unnoticed. I saw how these creatures dealt with their victims. You can't imagine, Rod. They tore into a living person, biting and ripping chunks of flesh, devouring with clear pleasure and howling. I've never seen anything more terrifying. Is that why your friends aren't with you anymore? Yes. Torch, Joker, and Red were delayed at one food dump. There's always something to scavenge there. It was their turn to bring food to the group. Beyond that zone, the captain pointed into the darkness where the industrial zone lay, which they had bypassed during the day. They were already waiting. These beasts hunt only in packs. They don't go alone. We call them wolves. It fits them perfectly. So they were attacked there. Red got lucky. He was ahead and a bit farther from the guys, so he managed to escape. It's not my fault. What should I have stayed and let those beasts tear me apart too? Red's voice trembled. Rod thought he might cry. I heard Joker screaming, calling for help. They took a long time killing him. Torch didn't even get a chance to squeak. Did they do it with bare hands? The newcomer was horrified. Appetite completely vanished. And what food could one think of when fear filled the stomach, churning the dormant bile? And with their teeth, kid. Red, calm down. The captain tried to console him. No one blames you. Least of all me. It was an ambush. You could have been in the back and switched places with Joker and Torch. But that's fate and providence from above. Let's not dwell on it. Do you understand, newcomer? They are people, but there's nothing human about them. That's why you were talking about moving just now, Rod guessed. Yes. It's not safe here anymore. They've tracked us down or might have followed Red. That was 2 days ago. So all I ask from everyone tonight is to stay silent and lie still. We need to survive this night, no matter what. To spite these wolves. And they will come back, I swear. They will be prowling and sniffing around. Is that why you slept during the day? Rod guessed. Yes. At night we watch from above, and during the day we sleep to last the night. Why don't you leave the city? The newcomer was surprised. Do they live only here? Here or elsewhere? What's the difference? The blond boy replied casually. You know very well what chances you have to make it through the winter in any lousy village or town. But here we have a chance. Here there's enough room and food for everyone. You have no idea how much free, good quality food can be found in the dumps of Westwick. People waste food left and right. We just need to find a new place to sleep, that's all. But you're also food for others. You'll find another place, but you'll still be afraid of the dark and won't sleep at night, watching shadows behind your back. If they attacked you once, they can do it a second and a third time, until they kill everyone. Do you think you'll make it to spring? Better to risk everything and try our luck here than wander the poor streets somewhere else alone? The captain cut him off. That's nonsense. You can live out there too. Rod got agitated, rubbing his hands to warm the frozen tips of his fingers. Then what are you doing here? Why did you come to Westwick if it's so good out there? Red sneered. Yes, brother, you don't look like a lucky one or a favorite of fate, Cowboy chipped in. Rod's eyes had gotten used to the darkness and clearly saw the silhouette of the ridiculous hat. I wanted to see, the boy replied. Just to see? Come on, You didn't just want to see. You wanted a place on the streets of Westwick right away. Sheik unexpectedly joined the conversation. It's written all over your face. Right, artist? Our artist can draw anything you want. Well, artist stammered. You mumble. Bison called him out. You paint well, but you mumble, it's annoying. Should a guy talk like that? Enough. Calm down, everyone. Quiet. The captain whispered harshly to the boys. What are you chattering about? Forgot our agreement? Might as well go down and offer your throats to them. Idiots. The boys fell silent, and a hush fell among the humming pipes. Hey, Rod, the captain quietly called to the boy. Crawl over here. Everything is well visible from here. Just stay quiet. No matter what happens, lie still as if dead. On a small patch of space behind the pipes, closer to the edge, the captain had spread out several old, torn jackets, brought from the communal heap of rags, and lay on one side, leaving room for the newcomer beside him. What about the others? Rod asked. Bison and Red are on the other side keeping watch, and Artist and Cowboy will sleep. They watch during the day. But you said it wasn't dangerous during the day. Danger can arise any time, not just from wolves, and at any moment. Someone in the group must be watching over the rest who sleep during the day, to wake them in time, and at night we guard them, and wake them if necessary. Rod lay on his stomach and felt the protruding lumps of the matted rags beneath him, which he wanted to smooth out to lie more comfortably. Don't fidget, the captain warned him. They might see or hear you. You have no idea how keen their hearing is. How long have you been together? Rod whispered after a minute of silence. He felt uneasy, and the darkness below worried him more and more. Just over a year, not counting Sheik and Artist. They joined us 6 months ago, the captain eventually replied. He was also lying on his stomach, his pale face resting his sharp chin on his crossed arms. Poor Torch. We formed this group together. Did you know him for long? He became my first real friend after I ended up on the streets. You understand what I mean? Of course, Rod replied barely audibly, bracing for an unhappy ending story. I wasn't born on the streets. None of us were. I had a mother and a father, the captain continued. His voice transformed, losing the last traces of childhood, as if a mature man spoke to Rod. And I thought I was the happiest of children? Everyone thinks so, Rod, until a certain point. It's just that for each, childhood ends at its own time, and all the fairy tale tinsel falls off becoming dirty garbage. For Red, it happened 4 years ago. He ran away from home from a stepfather sadist who raised him as a guardian after his mother gave her soul to the Creator. And there was no one else to protect the boy from abuse and beatings. Bison never had a family. He grew up in an orphanage, where intolerance and severity bordered on tyranny and heartlessness. He ran away from there a year ago, and we took him into our group. Here he found his first family. The captain fell silent. The newcomer wanted to ask something, but changed his mind. Such conversations did not welcome too many questions. The story would reveal itself. And Sheik, that crafty devil, the blond boy suddenly continued. He grew up in a well-to-do family. He had good parents, brothers and sisters. A big family, and he was the youngest in it. How did he end up on the streets? No one is immune to such misfortune. A fire one dark night took away all his well-being and his entire family. By a lucky chance, he woke up needing to use the toilet that night. Someone set the house on fire. People with wealth always have plenty of envious and malicious enemies. Sheik stood outside and watched his house burn and heard his relatives screaming, suffocating in the smoke and dying. Afterward, No one needed him among his kin. They got rid of him and sent him to an orphanage where he met Bison. They escaped together. So much evil from people burst from Rod's lips. As much as there is good, one cannot exist without the other, the captain replied. If a person has known good, they will never forget it. Its smell, its sound, its song, and thoughts. The same goes for evil. There are no entirely evil or entirely good people. There can only be a balance of sides, but never complete singularity. Otherwise, the human essence dies, and instead of a person, there is a robot. Are you making excuses for those who did this to your friends and to you? Rod, in that past life, I had a name. I was called Christian. My father taught me to forgive and understand people, to accept them with their flaws. He was a Buddhist, and passed on his love for all living things to me. After his death, it was hard for me to reconcile the peace and love for the world around me with the rejection of the inexplicable malice that people harbored outside their homes. But I kept my father's teachings and the light of his memory within me. And your mother? You didn't mention her. She left for a better world long ago. I wasn't even 4. The captain exhaled a puff of steam. My father raised me. Why did you give up your name and take a nickname? Rod asked. Torch called me Captain. He thought my real name was too personal for the streets that don't care about you. A name should be kept inside. It's the only speck and the most precious treasure left to a homeless boy. You can take a nickname too. I don't want to. I barely remember my full name. I don't want to forget it completely. I don't want to forget them. Your parents, the captain turned his face towards Rod. I know you lost them, like all of us. They died. Rod felt it necessary to speak out. He had kept it inside for too long and far from everyone. Their car was hit by another one while they were driving home from work. We were supposed to go to the movies together. I was so waiting for them, so desperately waiting. Even when I was told that Mom and Dad had died and I would never see them again. No movies, no birthdays, no breakfasts or dinners together. Nothing. But I waited. I hoped it was a mistake, that they would come back. Any minute the doorbell would ring and I would hear my mom's laughter and my dad's exclamation, "Hey, buddy, waiting long? Missed us?" He always said that when he came home from work. But then came the day of the funeral, and it opened my eyes to the terrible truth. And from that day, I was alone. My parents had no relatives to take me in, and I didn't want to be a burden. And the prospect of an orphanage didn't appeal to me at all. I packed my things in a backpack and left home. That's the whole story of Rodney, who became Rod. I'm sorry, kid. We're brothers in misfortune, the captain said softly and suddenly tensed. Wait, I think I see something over there. Rod strained his eyes, piercing the darkness that lay in thick clots below. He didn't immediately notice some movement. Someone was heading towards the intersection. Is it them? He asked the captain. No, this one is walking calmly and alone, the captain replied. But the tension didn't leave his voice and his frozen posture. They always hunt in groups. They never go alone. You know, they even fight among themselves. How so? We realize there are several packs of these wolves, but they don't get along with each other, probably because of territory. Once I saw them fighting. Quite a spectacle, I tell you. Such noise, squeals, growls, and human screams. Not a single word. They're not human. That's for sure. Damn, that's creepy. Rod shuddered. You don't believe? Think this is all a joke on the newcomer? His neighbor snapped at Rod's doubtful tone. You'll see soon enough. They'll come. Then I'll see where your belief goes, newcomer. I'm not saying I don't believe. It's just I trust what I can see or hear, though even eyes can deceive. The lone silhouette slowly approached the intersection. It became clear that it was a male figure, slightly hunched and wrapped in bulky outerwear. Rod hoped everything would turn out fine, that the person would pass by the overpass and continue on one of the 4 roads, bypassing the fatal intersection. But then his attention was drawn to movement a little further away. It was strange and unlike anything the boy had seen before. The movement split and scattered in different directions, but it was clearly heading the same way as the first lone figure, forming a clear semicircle. The boy's breath caught in his throat with excitement when he saw the yellow glows flickering in the darkness, and then realized what they were. It's them? He didn't want an answer to his question. They. The captain's voice was cold and extremely distant. Now stay silent for the sake of all the gods of the world, and tomorrow morning, be quiet so they don't see us. The moonlit lights approached, and now Rod watched in horror as the unclear movements gained contours and features of living beings. Not people, but not animals either. They approached with leaps, using all 4 limbs. If Rod hadn't seen it himself, he would never have believed it. Meanwhile, the lone passerby who initially drew the boy's attention came close enough to the intersection and fell into the light zone of a street lamp, making him quite visible. A young bearded man with a backpack slung over his left shoulder over a thick down jacket didn't seem like a homeless or some other antisocial type, but it was so strange to see him alone at such a late hour in such a gloomy place. For some reason, Rod thought this lone traveler was a brave adventurer or a broken-hearted musician, a seeker of adventures, or perhaps there had been a quarrel at home, and he hastily threw things into a backpack and left. After all, thousands of life paths begin with such hasty and impulsive decisions. The boy wanted to shout to the stranger, to warn him of the danger, but he remained silent. His heart screamed, setting a frantic rhythm for his blood. Rod couldn't betray the boys who had taken him into their albeit temporary, but shelter, shared their bread and water, and slept next to him. It would have been a betrayal, and it would have been equivalent to madness. The man with the backpack was whistling something, perhaps warding off troubling thoughts or scaring away the night and what lurked in it. But he fell silent. He also felt something was wrong behind him because he turned sharply and froze. "Run! Run faster! Don't stand still! You can't stand still!" Rod screamed silently within himself. He was afraid to lift his face from his hands, into which his chin was pressed painfully. His body was filled with lead, and his legs became like cotton. Now he felt like a monolith, a granite block that no one could move. He could only close his eyes tightly and let his ears do the watching, but he couldn't. Desperately, the boy watched as the distance between the prey and its hunters quickly closed. The man finally saw the yellow flicker and those to whom it belonged. Then the following happened. His face contorted in terror. He stood motionless for a moment, paralyzed by fear, but then he bolted towards the intersection. The viscous snow hindered and slowed down his large, abrupt strides. A couple of times he stumbled, once fell. The semicircle of the chase narrowed. The creatures became visible to the boys and the one they were chasing. Rod almost screamed in horror when he saw them closer, but managed to stifle the scream and clamped his mouth with his hands for good measure. Slick human bodies with animal-like bent backs, sides protruding with ribs, unnaturally twisted arms and legs, and open mouths filled with fangs dripping with saliva, a picture not for the faint of heart. Hair hung in clumped, uneven locks over their sweaty faces. Only their eyes were clearly visible. They weren't human eyes. The captain had correctly named this new breed of people wolves because these yellow, moonlit eyes could only belong to animal predators, not human offspring. The ghastly growling pushed the prey, closing the circle tighter. The bearded man screamed something. He finally reached the road and ran onto the carriageway, frantically waving his arms and trying to attract the driver's attention. Rod rooted for him. He desperately wanted this stranger to be saved. But the cars that still drove the four sides of the roads at midnight only loudly warned the madman with horns, dodging their cars away from him as if he were plague-ridden or insane. The man tried to escape the pursuit on the other side of the road, but Rod could clearly see from above that the chase, initially appearing as a semicircle, was divided into two parts. From the opposite side of the roadway, a second semicircle of hunters was sneaking towards the unfortunate prey. The bearded man noticed this too, and mad with fear, ran around the carriageway, narrowly avoiding being hit by a car. He had to return to the roadside. Now only a few meters of scattered light from a roadside lamp separated him and the hunters. Fear can drive a victim to frenzy and madness to despair. The man grabbed his backpack and began swinging it around him. It was a futile and desperate attempt, but he didn't want to give up without a fight. The wolves on all fours approached, not in a hurry. Their prey couldn't escape anywhere. They were sadistically stretching their pleasure, tormenting the victim with fear. The bearded man continued shouting and swinging his backpack, when one of the hunters, crouching as predators do before a fatal leap, jumped on the unfortunate man. The attack was too sudden and swift. Both fell, and the whole pack immediately pounced on the fallen prey. The man fought desperately, trying to throw off the monsters with his last strength. For a moment, Rod thought the bearded man would succeed, but the circle finally closed, the victim disappearing under a mass of naked bodies, and his soul-rending screams ended with a hoarse, guttural shriek. Rod couldn't count the hunters, but it seemed to him there were no less than 50. They dragged their victim's body away from the roadside light and tore it apart, leaping at each other. The boys could hear the clearly audible crunch of bones and growls, accompanied by shrieks and terrifying screams, arguing over a portion of human flesh. The boy suffocated. He was nauseous, but he didn't move. He was pinned in place, his hands and feet turned to ice, yet he didn't move. Terror gripped him. Primal fear revived in him. He thought he had screamed quietly, but feared this and pressed his face into the old, smelly jacket that served as his bed. Later, he dared to lift his face and look down. One of the wolves prowled between the overpass supports, sniffing the air greedily. Maybe he had heard Rod. The captain lay motionless beside him, not giving away his presence with a single muscle twitch. Rod followed the prowling hunter below. The creature moved slowly from one support to another, sniffing the ground. It approached the support with the steps. The boy held his breath in terror. The wolf lifted his face upwards. His human face was drenched in blood, still steaming in the uneven moonlight. Rod thought the hunter was looking into his eyes and squeezed his eyes shut tightly, fearing the glint in his eyes would give him away. But everything turned out all right. The creature lowered its head and returned to the pack. The boys lay motionless for another half-hour until the hunters, sated, retreated into the darkness. After that, Rod vomited right on the jacket. He cried and couldn't stop, and he couldn't look at the place below where a dark stain had formed on the snow. This can't be. It shouldn't be, the boy repeated, sobbing when the hysteria began to subside along with the tears. People shouldn't do this. Hunt and eat people. He was walking. He wanted to get somewhere. And they killed him. Well, newcomer, you were unlucky. Although, how to look at it? The captain finally broke the silence. placing a hand on Rod's shoulder and trying to cheer him up. We were lucky that one didn't notice us when you screamed like a girl. Well, nothing. We'll gather our things in the morning and get out of here. It's not safe anymore, as you can see. They've taken a liking to this place. They'll hunt here for a long time. Yes, it's a shame about that guy, but if not him, they'd have caught someone else. Do you think they filled up with just that bearded man? Did you see how many of them there were? They need at least 5 to eat their fill. What? You mean he was the first? Don't know, buddy. Whether he was the first today on their menu or the last, I don't want to know. Our business is to survive. We've already lost 2. What if they come back? I don't think so. They left our shores too quickly. If you want, go to Cowboy and Artist. Sleep with them. I see you won't last till morning. You're still too impressionable, though you know the streets from the inside. No, I won't sleep. I'd rather sit here. I want to greet the morning here. As you wish. The first time is always tough. I threw up 3 times when I first saw their hunt, the captain said. How can this be happening? How? Rod asked himself, the blond boy, the air, which still smelled of blood and death. Don't know, buddy. Probably the same way the streets became our home. Some questions don't have answers. They sat in silence, not closing their eyes until the first rays of the sun. The conversation never resumed. Rod blamed himself and considered himself an accomplice in the murder. The captain sat in no less gloomy a mood. Red and Bison joined them. They hadn't seen the gruesome carnage but had heard enough. The boys were in a depressed state, talking about packing up and finding new places to go. I'm going down, Rod quietly informed the boys, whispering among themselves. Why? The captain looked at the newcomer's face with concern. Wait a bit. Cowboy and Artist will wake up soon and we'll pack up together and go down. I need to go now. I need to see. I'm going down. Rod already swung his legs over the edge and placed the sole of his right boot on the rung. I'm going down. You want to look at the dead guy? Red sneered. There are bones left and blood in the snow. Nothing to see. Not him. The boy's face twisted with disgust at the imagined scene. The backpack is still there. I want to look at his things, maybe find documents. And why do you need that, kid? What's the point? The captain asked. Why all this? Don't know. Just want to see. And my legs are stiff. I'll stretch them. He climbed down from the post faster than he had climbed up the previous day. The snow was gray under his feet, sinking heavily into the ground. It hadn't melted yet. Under the frozen and slightly thawed crust, a fluffy layer remained, but not for long. In the city, in the stuffy and steaming cauldron of fumes and smog, the snow's charm quickly melted, smearing the winter beauty with dirty strokes on the tiled sidewalks and asphalt roads. But outside this hot anthill, the heat lost its hold and allowed the crystal silver, albeit briefly, to live. The sky, tightly covered with low clouds, didn't let the sun through, making everything around look submerged in thick gray twilight. Morning more resembled evening. Rod carefully avoided looking towards the dark stain, deliberately bypassing it in a wide arc. Blood was everywhere. Small crimson crystals clumped together. It seemed the whole surrounding snow was splattered with it. The backpack, fallen with its former owner, lay very close to the road. None of the hunters had touched it or its contents. The boy stood over the backpack, not daring to touch it. Finally, overcoming himself, he bent down and picked up the load by one of the wide straps. The backpack was quite hefty, worn on the sides, and smelled of some familiar cologne. That's how he smelled when he carried the backpack, Rod thought. He opened the main zipper. Inside was clothing rolled into tight bundles, sweaters, socks, t-shirts. There was also a plastic flask wedged in there. Rod opened it. It contained cold tea. On top of the clothes lay a package with sandwiches and cookies. The boy opened the side pocket of the backpack. Inside were various small items like house keys, tissues, a small notebook with a pen, and a passport. This document caught his attention. Alexander Grote, 24 years old. The address indicated was a familiar one to Rod, a town on the outskirts of the country. By a strange coincidence, this town was near the one where Rod was born, the one he had left 2 years ago. Obeying some blind impulse, Rod put the items back into the backpack and, after closing all the zippers, slung the load over his shoulder. He returned to the boys and showed them the find, but didn't allow them to keep the things. "Why not?" Red protested. "He doesn't need them anymore, and there's a sweater and other stuff. We could use them." "I'm going to return them," Rod unexpectedly replied. "Yeah, sure. The dead guy will thank you and put the backpack on his bones," Red jeered, and the others laughed along. "Not to him," the boy said grimly. "Then to whom?" Red challenged. "There's an address in the passport," Rod answered simply. "I'll return it there." "You're going to walk all the way there?" "That's far?" Bison said in surprise. "Yeah. It's not close. I'll also check on my town. It's near where this poor guy lived," the newcomer replied. "Rod, don't be silly," the captain said worriedly. "Why drag yourself to such a backwater because of some backpack? Stay with us. We accept you, right, guys? You survived the night as we agreed." "This guy had a name," Rod persisted. "He must have parents. They should know what happened to him. Imagine, they're probably waiting for him, will be waiting, and he won't come. But they'll still wait and hope. It's cruel. Do you know how many disappear every day?" "Hundreds," the blond boy exclaimed, his face flushing. "No one cares about them. You can't pity everyone. I learned that after ending up on the streets. The street has only one law, everyone for themselves. We care about each other in our group, but others aren't like that. Think it over, Rod. You can even come up with a nickname. Stay. I understand, but I've made up my mind. In this world, you can't survive alone," the captain insisted. "We, like those wolves, live in packs. A loner finds it hard to feed and protect themselves. We are divided into sheep and wolves. That's the law. I've somehow survived alone for 2 years," Rod noted. "With each passing year, it will be harder to live alone. That you managed alone for a couple of years, there's a bit of luck and fortune in that. But it won't last long. You need a family. We are what you need. We are the strength that will protect us. Stay, Rod." "You know, Captain." Rod looked straight into the leader's eyes. "You're right. I was ready to stay. For the first time I found people like you, unlike anyone else, so united. For the first time, I thought I could become part of a whole. But the problem is, I don't want to go through another night like that. I'm not a sheep wondering if tonight or the next will be my turn to be someone's meal." "So you chickened out after what you saw," Shaik cut in. "That's nothing. We'll find another place, and we'll be more careful." "That's true. But I don't want to sleep during the day and fear moving at night because a bunch of freaks comes out and hunts defenseless people. Yes, you'll find another place, maybe even better and safer. But they will find you there too. They will find you everywhere. If you still don't get it, the city is their hunting ground, and you all are their prey. I'm not used to living in such fear. I want to sleep peacefully at night and wake up in the morning. Even if it's not in Westwick, Even if it's a shabby village, there's none of this plague there." "Then you've decided?" The captain's eyes were sad but still hopeful. "And we won't see each other again?" "Maybe our paths will bring us together again. I want to believe that," Rod replied. "I'll return the backpack, visit my town, and then who knows? Maybe I'll feel the pull and come back to Westwick. And I'll find you if you're still here." "Do you think we'll still be here?" The captain squinted. "We'll see," Rod said. "But I want to live to the age of that bearded guy." Rod knew his decision was final. He slung the backpack over his shoulder, feeling its weight as a reminder of the man who had once owned it. "I wish you luck, Rod," the captain said quietly. "Remember, you always have a place with us if you need it." "Thank you, Captain," Rod replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "And thank you all. You showed me a side of humanity I thought was lost. Take care of each other." With those final words, Rod turned away from the group and began his journey out of Westwick. The city, with its looming shadows and hidden horrors, receded behind him as he walked. The memory of the pack of hunters, those monstrous reflections of a decaying society, lingered in his mind. He knew that no place was truly safe, that danger could arise anywhere. Rod's steps were heavy, his thoughts racing with the realization that those monsters, those nightmarish hunters, were just an extension of the rot within their society. Yet, he also knew that goodness existed, that it could be found even in the most unexpected places. The captain and his pack were proof of that, a reminder that hope and humanity could endure even in the bleakest of circumstances.
Story 3.
It was around 10 a.m. I was sitting at my desk in the office, looking at a photograph I held in my hands. It was a picture of a woman hugging a 7-year-old girl, my wife Sarah and our daughter Emma. They were smiling happily and waving at the camera. I missed them terribly. It had been almost 6 months since I'd seen them in person. Despite frequent video calls, deep down, I yearned for their warm, living embraces. I've been working as a ranger in the national park for 10 years. My job starts with the first warm days of spring and continues until autumn, when the park fills with visitors eager to enjoy nature. Now, another season was coming to an end, just 2 weeks left, and I could finally return home. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud bang. I turned around and saw my partner sitting nearby, banging on the table, holding his smartphone in one hand and gesturing wildly with the other. "Those damn idiots lost again, you know, Jack," he addressed me. "I really believed in them this time. Thought I'd make some good money. The odds were too good to pass up. Damn, I bet too much." He kept shouting, cursing the entire team, their coach, and their ancestors. I decided to calm him down. "Take it easy, Bob. You know our bosses don't approve of gambling. If they find out, you'll be in serious trouble." "Sorry," he said, looking around cautiously and lowering his voice. "Lately, I've been on a losing streak, and it's driving me crazy. Last night we played poker at old Dylan's place, and can you believe it? Not a single decent hand the entire game, just 2 pairs at most. Damn, what's going on?" I nodded disapprovingly, not endorsing my friend's hobby. He pulled out a pack of snacks, opened them, and began eating, washing them down with coffee. I looked at him. He didn't look great lately. Dark circles under his eyes, a bulging belly, and a double chin, but he still remained energetic. That's why everyone at work loved him, for his restless and cheerful nature. Our daily routine was interrupted by a knock. Patrick stood in the doorway, looking disapprovingly at Bob, who was brushing snack crumbs off himself. He told us we were called to a meeting. Then he left. I got up helped Bob clean up, and we headed to the conference room. When we arrived, there were already many people there gathered around the TV, listening intently. They were watching the news, and a beautiful anchor woman with a concerned face was delivering the latest updates. Dear viewers, we are facing a significant challenge. A powerful cyclone is inexorably approaching our state. Local authorities have already announced the need for evacuation in several towns. According to the latest meteorological data, wind speeds and precipitation intensity could reach critical levels, creating potentially dangerous conditions for residents of our communities. Those in the projected impact zone are strongly advised to follow local management instructions and refrain from travel unless it is for evacuation. Please stay safe, keep updated, and do not ignore precautions. We will continue to keep you informed as new information becomes available. After listening to the anchor, our boss turned to us. You heard the news. This morning, we received a call from the meteorological station warning of worsening weather and advising us to close the park. I've already ordered notices to be posted about the closure, but there might still be people in the park. Your task is to patrol and warn visitors, as well as ensure their evacuation. Do you understand the assignment? We nodded in agreement and dispersed. Each employee was responsible for their section of the forest, and Bob and I were in charge of the most remote area. I began getting ready, and we loaded our gear into our pickup truck and set off. After about 20 miles, we stopped at a gravel parking lot. Beyond it were the forest and hills. I looked at the sky, which was already starting to cloud over. We had 2 routes to cover. So to save time and get everything done, we decided to split up. We set off, and soon a fork in the path appeared before us. I checked my cell phone, but there was no signal here. We had a radio, but it couldn't reach the base. The powerful radio was in the car, and if anything happened, we needed to get to it first. After checking the connection, Bob and I parted ways. Walking along the winding path through the hilly forest, I felt the wind growing stronger and colder. The tall trees around me bent under its pressure, creating a rustling sound that grew louder with each passing minute. The sky was increasingly covered with dark clouds, foretelling the impending storm. Strangely, there were no tourists in the park today. Usually there was always someone here, but it seemed the bad weather had scared them away. It was just me, and my footsteps echoed in the forest's silence. Suddenly, something unusual in the sky caught my attention. An airplane, majestically and terrifyingly, was falling to the ground. It was too low, and its wings seemed to be flailing helplessly in the air. My heart froze with worry. The plane disappeared behind a nearby hill, and without hesitation I rushed there. On the way, I radioed Bob. "Bob, old buddy, can you hear me?" "Yes, Jack. Did you see that plane falling? I saw it descending. It must have crashed near you." "Yes, it's not far from me. I'm heading there. You go back to the car and call for backup. By the way, did you find any tourists?" "No, Jack, not a soul around here," Bob replied. "All right then, stay in touch," I said. "Take care, buddy. As soon as I alert the others, I'll head your way." I turned off the radio and continued on. After about 10 minutes, I saw a column of smoke ahead. It was about a mile away. As I pushed through thick bushes, I heard a terrifying scream in the distance. It sounded like someone who had experienced excruciating pain and was very scared. I quickened my pace and soon saw the crash site. As the plane fell, it had apparently hit and broken all the trees in its path. There was a high chance it had made a hard landing. I was right. Ahead, in a small clearing, lay the crashed plane. It was a small turboprop plane with 2 propeller engines. Smoke was coming from the engines, but there were no signs of fire. I sped up, preparing to provide first aid, but as I approached the plane, I was met with a horrifying sight. Next to it, by the rear side door, lay 2 bodies. They were badly mutilated, but I could still make out that they were possibly Latin American. Their bodies were covered in wounds. One had a chunk of flesh missing from his neck as if bitten by some animal, and the other had a similar wound on his thigh. I nearly vomited. Their faces were scratched with deep cuts, indicating they didn't die from the plane crash, but from an attack by some creature. When I realized this, I looked around in fear. Whatever it was, it could still be nearby, but there was no one around. Only the strong wind was blowing, bending the trees. I drew my pistol and continued my inspection. Carefully bypassing the bodies, I peered into the cabin. There, I found large wooden crates scattered around. One of them was overturned and the lid was broken. Bags of white powder had spilled out, one of them torn, with powder scattered all over the floor. The plane might have been carrying drugs, I thought, and continued my search. In the back, I found a large broken cage. The bars bent as if something had forcefully broken out of it. During the flight, some creature must have escaped and attacked the crew. I moved to the cockpit, where a man was lying in one of the seats, a tree branch piercing through his chest and the windshield. Was anyone still alive? I exited the plane and radioed Bob, telling him what had happened. He was very surprised and asked me for details about the incident. After finishing the conversation, I resumed my search. I noticed 2 sets of footprints leading away from the plane, along with animal tracks everywhere. I decided to follow them and set off. As I walked through the forest, daylight began to fade. Twilight enveloped the forest, and every shadow now seemed deeper and more mysterious. The wind was picking up, driving ahead dark, looming clouds, the harbingers of the storm. I turned on my flashlight and hunched lower, fearing I might lose the tracks. I felt every gust of wind blowing against my clothes and making the trees rustle and creak around me. Every step on the soft forest ground seemed louder than usual, and my heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but all I saw were dense thickets and shadows flickering between the trees. I wondered if Bob had called for backup. Judging by the time, they should be arriving soon. I quickly grabbed the radio to contact him, feeling a growing sense of unease. Pressing the call button, I expected to hear his voice, but only static noise responded. "Hey, can you hear me?" I tried again, but the radio just buzzed back, offering neither response nor comfort. My heart beat faster with anxiety. What happened? Why isn't he answering? Thoughts flashed. Pressing the button again, I attempted to reach him, but all my efforts were drowned in the radio's silent noise. Suddenly, I felt like I was being watched. It wasn't just a feeling. I instinctively sensed someone's presence. My eyes strained to search the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. The air was thick with tension, amplified by the noise of the wind and distant thunder. I quickened my pace, trying not to lose sight of the tracks on the ground. The forest grew darker, and I felt raindrops starting to fall on my face. Every rustle made me flinch. My thoughts revolved around one thing. Who's there? Friend or foe? I wondered if I should turn back, but then I thought these people might need help. Yes, they were smugglers, but still people. My duty compelled me to continue the search. Soon the sky was completely overcast and the rain began to pour. Hastily, I pulled a raincoat from my backpack and put it on, trying to shelter myself from the downpour as quickly as possible. The raindrops drummed on the fabric, adding another layer of noise to the already echoing forest. The ground underfoot became soft and wet. My boots sank into the soaked soil with each step, as if sinking into thick mud. I tried to move faster, but the wet earth resisted, slowing my steps. The tracks on the ground began to fade, becoming less visible under the rain. The storm enveloping the forest was doing its job. I realized I needed to hurry if I wanted to find them. And then, amidst the roar of the wind and the sound of falling water, I heard a scream. It came from a distance but was clear enough to guide me. I ran in that direction, overcoming the resistance of the mud and branches that hindered me. My heart pounded in sync with my rapid steps. All my senses were heightened. I felt every drop of rain, every gust of wind on my face. Instinctively, I drew my pistol from its holster and held it ready. Not knowing what to expect, I continued running towards the source of the scream. Thoughts raced through my mind about what could have happened and the potential danger that might lurk ahead. As I got closer, I saw a Latino man standing in the middle of the forest, in a state of sheer terror. He was looking around, as if fearing something invisible and threatening. I scanned the surroundings but found nothing unusual except for us. When I approached, his face lit up with relief. He rushed towards me, repeating the word, "Help." As soon as he got close, the man hid behind me, still looking around. His eyes were filled with horror, and he kept repeating the words, "Hombre lobo." These words, spoken with such fear, made me tense up. What could have scared this man so much? What had he seen in those woods? At that moment, I heard a rustle in the bushes, and the Latino man next to me started screaming, shouting incomprehensible words in Spanish. I tried to calm him down, but kept a firm grip on my pistol, ready for any turn of events. The rain was getting heavier, making visibility increasingly difficult. The rustling in the bushes moved left, then right. It seemed like something was moving around us at incredible speed. I tried to track every sound, turning in different directions, but pinpointing the creature's location was impossible. My heart raced with fear and excitement. And then it happened. A creature within human speed burst out of the bushes right at us. It all happened so fast that I didn't even have time to react. I only saw a humanoid silhouette. With a sharp strike, it grabbed the man and dragged him into the depths of the forest. I was left standing alone, paralyzed by shock and disbelief at what had just happened. The silence was suddenly shattered by a long, piercing howl from the bushes. This sound made my blood run cold. I realized I had encountered something whose nature and power surpassed everything I had faced before. Thousands of thoughts raced through my mind about what to do next. Part of me wanted to run, but I couldn't ignore the source of that horrifying howl. Gathering my courage, I slowly moved towards the bushes from where the sound came. But as soon as I got closer, something powerful struck me in the chest. The blow was so strong it knocked the wind out of me. I fell on my back, feeling the cold raindrops hitting my face. I tried to reach for my pistol, but it was futile. The weapon had been knocked out of my hands and rolled away. I struggled to gather my strength when suddenly it appeared above me. This creature was hard to describe. Its body was covered in thick fur, and its face was a terrifying mix of human, ape, and wolf features, with something resembling a bat. Its eyes burned with an incredible yellow light, full of rage and madness, and blood dripped from its mouth. Lying there, under the gaze of this monster, I felt that my end was near. Everything seemed so unreal, but the fear I felt was absolutely real. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out to the side. Someone had fired a flare, and it brightly illuminated the sky, its light reflecting off the wet leaves and raindrops. The creature, which had just threatened to tear me apart, flinched and started looking around nervously. It seemed as startled as I was. With incredible speed it retreated, disappearing into the dense forest. I tried to get up, but my body refused to obey me. I felt each gust of wind whipping my face, mixed with the cold raindrops. Suddenly, a man leaned over me. He extended his hand, and I grabbed it, managing to get to my feet. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice urgent and concerned. I looked around, picked up my flashlight and pistol that had fallen nearby. Under the flashlight's beam, I could finally see his face. He was about 45 years old, blonde and tall. He was wearing glasses, which he now wiped from the raindrops streaming down the lenses. "My name is David Miller," he introduced himself. I asked what he was doing in the forest, but David only shrugged vaguely, avoiding a direct answer. This seemed suspicious to me, but at the moment my main priority was to get out of there. I tried to contact Bob again through the radio, but all I heard in response was silence. I tried to remember the direction I had come from and headed that way, but suddenly my path was blocked. We found ourselves surrounded. Numerous powerful flashlights shone blindingly in my face, and AK-47 rifles were pointed at me. My heart froze with fear. "Drop your weapon!" someone shouted from the darkness. Seeing no other way out, I complied. One of the men approached me, and before I could understand anything, I felt a sharp pain in my head from the butt of a rifle. Everything blurred, and I lost consciousness, collapsing into the wet, cold ground of the forest. When I came to, the first thing I felt was the tight ropes binding my hands. Darkness enveloped everything around, and it took me a few moments to adjust to the gloom. Looking around, I realized I was in a tent. The air was stuffy and smelled of smoke. Next to me sat Mr. Miller, his hands also tied. From his expression, I could tell he had already regained consciousness and was assessing the situation. Outside the tent, I heard the crackling of a fire, and through the thin fabric, I could feel the raindrops still beating incessantly against its surface. I tried to talk to Miller to understand what was going on and what our chances of escaping were. But before I could utter a word, voices reached us through the noise of the rain and the crackling fire. They were speaking in Spanish and seemed to be having an animated conversation. It became clear to me that we were not alone in this forest, and that we were being held by no random people. I asked what was happening. Mr. Miller sighed. His face, dimly lit by the light penetrating the tent, looked tired and worried. "We're prisoners," he began slowly. "We fell into a trap set by smugglers. It seems they think we might interfere with their operation or know too much. They might even execute us." After his words, I wondered how he knew so much. I pointed this out to him, to which he said, "All right, I'll tell you my story," Miller began, his voice calm, but I sensed notes of weariness in it. "It happened a couple of years ago. I worked as a botany professor at the University of California, Berkeley. My specialization is tropical plants. As part of one of the research projects, I often visited various corners of Latin America. During one period, while I was in the state of Oaxaca in Mexico, I stumbled upon a secluded village deep in the jungle. It was a place untouched by civilization. The tribe living there was surprisingly friendly. They welcomed me warmly, allowing me to study the local flora and immerse myself in their unique culture. What intrigued me the most was their beliefs and rituals. One day, they led me to an ancient temple hidden deep in the heart of the jungle. It was a truly impressive sight. The temple reminded me of the majestic structures of the Incas. The walls were adorned with ancient murals and drawings, telling the myths and legends of this tribe. But the most striking was the depiction of their main deity, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a wolf. This image was repeated in different parts of the temple, hinting at its central significance in their culture. Miller paused, a thoughtful gleam appearing in his eyes, as if he were mentally transported back to that distant and mysterious moment in his life. This deity, Miller continued, his voice quieter, was truly frightening. The tribe called it Tecolotl, which in their language meant night hunter. According to their beliefs, this was a creature with powerful abilities, capable of taking the form of both a man and a wolf. According to legend, Tecolotl was both a protector and an avenger. On full moon nights, it was said to emerge from its temple to guard the village from evil spirits and enemies. But its protection came at a price. It was said to demand sacrifices, and if not satisfied, the werewolf could become a ruthless killer. The temple walls had images depicting it in various scenes, standing on two legs, surrounded by a circle of fire, and on all fours, attacking its victim. Its eyes were always depicted as glowing yellow, and its teeth sharp and bloody. Day after day, I delved into studying the temple's frescoes, striving to decipher every symbol, every image related to Tecolotl. My fascination did not go unnoticed, and one day the tribe's chief noticed my interest. He approached me and said he wanted to show me this god. I was stunned. Do they really believe it's real? I thought. But the chief seemed absolutely serious and confident in his words. He led me to the outskirts of the village, to where the priestess lived. I had never been to that part of the village before, as I was always forbidden to go there. This place was shrouded in mystery and reverence. The priestess's dwelling was separated from the rest of the village, surrounded by various talismans and symbols. The air was filled with a sense of something ancient and mystical. When we entered, the priestess was sitting in the center of the room, surrounded by strange artifacts and religious symbols. Her eyes held deep wisdom and knowledge of secrets inaccessible to mere mortals. The chief explained to her my interest in Tecolotl, and she nodded, as if understanding something important. She led me through the village, and soon we reached the entrance to a small temple built of stone. Climbing the stone steps, I found myself in a sort of arena covered with sand. In the center of this arena, I saw a creature that at first glance seemed to have emerged from my darkest nightmares. I instinctively wiped my glasses, not believing my eyes. Before me stood a hunched creature gnawing on a goat's skull. Its appearance was both terrifying and mesmerizing. It was covered in fur and had the head of a wolf, but the body of a man, or even an ape. When it noticed us, its movement slowed, and it slowly turned its head towards us. For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of joy in its eyes upon seeing the priestess. The creature pricked up its ears and grinned in a smile that nevertheless looked horrifying. I stood motionless, trying to understand how this was possible. The priestess slowly and with dignity descended into the arena, and then something amazing happened. The creature, which had just seemed so threatening and terrifying, ran up to her and began nuzzling her like a huge, obedient pet. I watched this scene in complete bewilderment, my gaze shifting to the chief. He, noticing my amazement, explained, "She is his mother and he is her son." I couldn't believe my ears and asked if she had really given birth to this creature. My knowledge of biology and genetics screamed at the impossibility of such a phenomenon. No mutations could turn a human being into what I saw before me. But the chief nodded, confirming his words. I felt reality, in which I had always believed, begin to blur. This was a moment when myths and legends clashed with the scientific understanding of the world. But before my eyes was undeniable proof of something incomprehensible, something I could not explain with any scientific theory. Days went by and I spent each one observing this remarkable creature. I began feeding it, trying to establish contact. At first it was wild and unpredictable, but gradually it seemed to get used to me. Its behavior resembled that of a wolf, cautious and wary, but at the same time curious. Over time, it allowed me to get closer. I cautiously approached it, speaking in a soft, calming voice, sometimes even trying to stroke its fur. At moments, it seemed like a kind of bond was forming between us. But despite these moments of seeming trust, I never forgot that I was facing a true wild beast. There was always unpredictability in its eyes, and its movements remained quick and abrupt. I understood that at any moment, its instincts could take over, and it might behave completely unpredictably. This continued until the tragedy struck. The priestess died after falling from a cliff. After her tragic death, dark times befell the village. She was not just a spiritual leader, but, as I understood, the link between the village and the creature they considered their god, Tecolotl. Her loss shocked everyone, but most of all, it affected Tecolotl's behavior. He became much more aggressive and unpredictable, howling and growling more often. One day, when one of the villagers came to feed him, Tecolotl attacked and killed him. This was a turning point in the village's attitude towards the creature. They decided it was a sign that their god demanded sacrifices. They began sending people to him. Day after day, the creature killed them. I could no longer stay silent, seeing innocent people perish. I liked these people, their culture and way of life. I couldn't stand what was happening. I tried to talk to the chief to convince him it was wrong, that there had to be another way to appease Tecolotl. But my words fell on deaf ears. In their eyes, I was an outsider who didn't understand their traditions and beliefs. I decided to steal him. I knew this decision would change my life forever, Miller continued. I used my knowledge of drugs to sedate the creature. Local bandits I hired helped me with this. I don't know what the reaction in the village was after our disappearance, but we quickly and quietly transported the creature to a hidden airstrip. My goal was to bring him to the U.S. for further study. I understood that doing this legally was impossible, so I had to turn to the local smugglers. Perhaps this was my biggest mistake. When we were loading the creature onto the plane, it suddenly woke up. But to my surprise, it behaved calmly, as if understanding what was happening. Along with me on board were 4 other people, busy with their cargo. We took off, and I thought everything was going according to plan. We had already crossed the border, and everything seemed calm until one of the smugglers decided to have some fun. I don't know why he wasn't afraid of Tecolotl. He took out a bag of cocaine and offered it to the creature. I tried to stop him, but another smuggler, laughing, pointed his weapon at me. When Tecolotl consumed the drug, something changed in him. He seemed to grow in size. His eyes lit up like headlights, and he let out a powerful roar. The smugglers were genuinely frightened. One of them fired a shot, but the creature was unfazed. He forcefully broke the cage and got out. Panic and a struggle for survival ensued. The pilot, seeing what was happening, decided to make an emergency landing. He preferred risking a crash to becoming Tecolotl's prey. I hid behind the boxes, hoping not to be noticed, and it seems I was lucky. Soon, the plane made a hard landing. One of the pilots died, the other jumped out and fled. Tecolotl, smashing the damaged door, dragged the bodies outside and began eating them, tearing pieces from each, and then disappeared into the forest. I followed the fleeing pilot. That's when I met you. I used the flare gun to scare the beast away, but unfortunately, it attracted the attention of the drug traffickers. And now here I am, tied up in this tent, telling you all this. Listening to this incredible story, I felt a mix of disbelief and amazement. It sounded like the plot of a horror movie, not a real story. But the concern in Miller's eyes indicated he was telling the truth. Nonetheless, what troubled me most was that I hadn't noticed the presence of a drug trafficking base in my park. How could they have hidden so skillfully? This raised many questions about the safety and reliability of my work in the park. I pondered this, realizing that despite the terrifying power of the creature, humans could be far more dangerous. The drug traffickers holding us captive were unpredictable and ruthless. What they would decide to do with us next was completely unclear. This thought made me feel even more helpless and anxious. We sat in the cramped tent, listening to the wind and rain, when suddenly a noise from outside, a sound of an argument, raised voices, reached us. One of the bandits suddenly pulled back the tent fabric and dragged us outside. The cold wind and rain hit us with renewed force, making it feel like I was in the center of a sea storm. The wet clothes clung to my body, and the wind made me shiver. They led us to a wooden shelter under which a fire was burning, surrounded by a group of people. The firelight flickered on their faces, casting long shadows. I felt like I was in another world, among strangers, in an incomprehensible situation, under the scrutinizing gazes of people who could decide our fate. When the thunder rumbled, it chilled me to the bone. But the real blow was not from the lightning, but from what I saw before me. Among the group of people arguing loudly, I recognized a familiar face. It was Bob, my partner, the person I knew best. Instantly, my mind raced, connecting the events that had seemed unclear until now. Now I understood why Bob hadn't responded to my calls on the radio after I reported the drugs on the plane. Now I understood how the drug traffickers had been able to hide in my park for so long and successfully. But one question still bothered me. Why did Bob do it? Why did he get involved with these people? The answer seemed simple. Perhaps he had lost a large sum of money and this was his way out of the situation. But this knowledge only deepened my sadness and disappointment. I couldn't believe that my longtime colleague and friend had been drawn into such a dark story. When we were brought before Bob and the gang leader, I saw Bob look at me with shame. He lowered his head and quietly said, "Sorry, buddy. I did what I could." I found no words in response. My soul was storming with disappointment and betrayal. I didn't beg him to stand up for me. I felt a profound sense of disappointment, my faith in people deeply shaken. The gang leader, seizing the moment when everyone around was absorbed in the argument and noise, pulled out a pistol and aimed it at us. Bob turned away, unable to look me in the eyes. At that moment, I thought about my family, about how I was supposed to meet them in a couple of weeks. These thoughts of protecting and loving my family filled me, leaving little room for fear or anger. Standing before the barrel of the gun, I realized that suddenly and cruelly, someone's dreams and hopes could be cut short. The life I knew and loved and the people I cared about could disappear in an instant due to the decisions and mistakes of others. It was a bitter realization, but at the same time it gave me the strength to stand with dignity in the face of danger. When the leader unexpectedly turned the gun on Miller, he simply closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. The shot rang out, and Miller fell lifeless to the ground. I couldn't hold back and shouted, "You bastard!" At that moment, an enraged howl echoed in the air, almost simultaneous with my cry. The bandits, gripped by panic, began shouting "Hombre Lobo," while their leader nervously looked around. Suddenly, something incredibly fast burst under the shelter, beginning to ruthlessly destroy everything around. It moved so quickly that people didn't have time to react. Screams and gunfire erupted everywhere. I took advantage of the chaos, threw myself to the side, and ducked. Under the shelter, true chaos unfolded. People screamed in panic, the air was filled with the scent of blood, and shots rang out all around. The creature, like a deadly shadow whirlwind, continued its merciless killing. I lay on the ground, trying to remain unnoticed as madness reigned around me. In the darkness, lit only by the flickering firelight and the flashes of gunfire, the scene seemed apocalyptic. I knew my life hung by a thread, and with each passing second, the chances of survival grew slimmer. Suddenly, a body fell next to me. It was Bob. He looked at me with pleading eyes, blood pouring from his chest, creating a dark stain on the ground. It was Crossfire. In the panic and chaos, the bandits began shooting at each other. I crawled to Bob, trying to understand what he wanted to tell me. He whispered hoarsely, his words barely reaching my ears. I leaned closer to his face, and with his last strength, he grabbed my shirt and whispered, "Run, Jack." After these words, he went limp and his hand loosened. I shouted his name, shaking him, but Bob was no longer responding. In that moment, I realized my friend, with whom we had spent so many years together, gone through many trials and who, despite the betrayal, remained part of my life, was gone forever. Tears involuntarily welled up in my eyes. All the noise and chaos around seemed to recede, leaving me alone with my grief and loss. I sat next to his body, lost in my thoughts, when I suddenly realized I needed to act. Bob's words, "Run, Jack," echoed in my mind like a call to action. I got up, quickly looked around, searching for a path to escape amid the chaos and madness. Deep down, I knew I had to get out of there alive, so these sacrifices and losses wouldn't be in vain. In the darkness of the night, I crawled out from under the shelter, and waiting for a moment when I was at a safe distance, started running with all my might. Behind me, the screams and noise of the battle gradually subsided. Dawn was breaking on the horizon, but I didn't look back, continuing my run. Then I heard a noise behind me. Turning around, I saw the silhouette of the werewolf on the hill, descending towards me on all fours like Gollum. My heart sank, but I decided not to give up. I mentally pictured my wife and daughter, and it gave me new strength. I heard a growl behind me. The creature was closing in. Ahead of me, a cliff and a river suddenly opened up. Realizing this was my only chance, I took a running leap into the water. The current, strengthened by recent rains, immediately carried me away from the shore. I surfaced and looked back. The werewolf stood on the cliff, raised its head and howled, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. The current carried me for several miles before I managed to get to the shore. Climbing onto the bank, I was completely soaked and shivering from the cold and exhaustion. I collapsed on the ground, exhausted but alive. At that moment, I realized I had survived by a miracle, but my heart was shadowed by grief and loss. Sitting on the riverbank, I tried to gather my thoughts and figure out what to do next. Gradually regaining my composure, I headed west. Soon I stumbled upon a familiar trail and, following it, reached the spot where my car was parked. To my surprise, my colleagues were already there. It turned out that when I stopped communicating, a search party was sent after me. Seeing me in my exhausted and wounded state, they immediately took me to the hospital. On the way, I told them everything that had happened. After that, I finally went home. The incident was reported to the police and other authorities, and my words were confirmed in their investigations. Later they came to question me, and I told them everything I knew. Access to the park was temporarily closed. After being discharged from the hospital, I decided to say goodbye to the park before leaving for my city. Standing at the edge of the forest, I suddenly heard a howl. It came from afar, from the depths of the forest. I swear it sounded like a werewolf's howl. Perhaps it was a new inhabitant of these places. This sound reminded me of all the mysteries and secrets nature holds, and that the world is full of unexplored and terrifying phenomena. Story 4. Cold rain lashed painfully against his sides. It hit his eyes and nose, making it hard to see and sense his prey. The piercing wind chilled him to the bone. Even his warm fur was no help against it. Frequent flashes of lightning and the ominous rumble of thunder made him flatten his ears to his skull in fear. The young wolf lowered his head to the ground, inhaling its spicy, moist scent. He detected the aroma of decaying leaves, fresh apples and pears, the bitter stench of the wet road, and human trash. But even through this abundance of smells, he sensed the ones he needed: blood and fear. Close by, just a few leaps away. The wolf pinned his ears back and slowly, quietly began to stalk his prey. He could almost hear the frightened sobs and discern the hesitant words of a prayer. He saw her. A small covered barn with one missing wall was a poor shelter from a predator. But the sharp scent of another animal nearly masked her presence. She sat by the far wall, cradling her injured right arm. The wound was bleeding heavily, leaving sweet-smelling drops where she had walked. The wolf bared his teeth. He remembered her taste, knew how she screamed, how beautiful she was in her terror. Her thin, almost translucent skin covered in blood, her lips trembling with barely contained hysteria, her gaze darting chaotically from one object to another, hoping to spot the wolf in the darkness. A low, heavy growl escaped his throat against his will. The girl jerked her head towards the sound and froze, pinned in place by the predator's hungry gaze. "Please, no," she whispered. Her frightened, raspy voice was barely audible through the thunder's din. The wolf bared his teeth and took a step forward, looking at his prey from under his brow. "I'm begging you, it can still be changed." She trembled all over. Her fear was almost tangible, and the wolf savored it, absorbed it. "I can help you." Her voice was bitter, strained. She didn't believe what she was saying. The wolf took another step and crouched low to the ground, ready to pounce. "Please, no," she screamed, but the beast was already in the air, baring its teeth and aiming for her throat. A blessed silence in the pre-dawn twilight enveloped the small room, turning its dreary, poor interior almost cozy. Old wallpaper, gray from time and constant dampness, a small handmade cabinet, a scratched little table, 2 old chairs, and a bed where 2 people were huddled under a thin, nearly threadbare blanket. The alarm clock blared, filling the room with its hysterical wail. But the couple on the bed didn't stir. Only the girl grumbled something unintelligible and buried her head under the pillow. After a couple of minutes of the incessant ringing, she sat up angrily, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Tim, get up, it's already 6, Lana mumbled in a hoarse voice from lack of sleep. The only response was a vague grunt. The girl glared at the ringing alarm clock, which was not on her side of the bed, and made a heroic effort to turn it off without getting up, trying not to crush her man too much. But her coordination was poor from sleep, and instead of turning it off, the alarm clock flew to the floor and screamed from there. "Damn it!" she growled. Lana looked at Tim with a smile that promised nothing good and poked him in the side with a sharp fist. Timothy jerked awake, staring wide-eyed in surprise. "Good morning." Lana greeted him with the most angelic expression she could muster at the moment. "Uh-huh. What time is it?" "The clock is under the bed." The girl shrugged and pulled the blanket up to her chin. It was quite cold in the room, so her skin was covered in goosebumps. Tim rubbed his sleep-creased face with his large, rough hand and, dangling his legs off the bed, started groping for the alarm clock underneath. 6:30. Damn it, he exclaimed and began to get dressed chaotically. Lana watched him with pleasure. They had been together for 5 years. She knew every line, every scar. But she liked him so much that she never got tired of looking at him. At his broad back, short sandy hair curled at the nape, his strong jaw and his amazing gray eyes. She even liked his broken nose. It brought her almost childlike delight because he got that injury because of her. Lana's gaze slid down his torso, and she frowned when she saw the hasty bandage on his side. "Tim, did you go to the doctor?" The man raised his eyebrows, looking at his beloved in confusion. Then he followed her gaze and broke into a smile. "Sweetheart, it's nothing," he mumbled, pulling on a t-shirt. "It's not worth wasting time, neither mine nor the doctor's." "Tim, it's not nothing. What if you have an infection or a serious illness?" "What are you talking about?" he barked, glaring at her angrily. "You said the bastard who stabbed you first cut himself, right? And the knife was bloody. I want you to be healthy because I plan to live a long life with you." Timothy froze, looking at her from under his lashes. The girl had no idea what he was thinking, whether he was angry with her or not. Tim suddenly smiled, took a quick step toward her and scooped her into his arms, making her squeak. He kissed her so hard that it became difficult for Lana to breathe. He was always very strong, much stronger than others. It almost scared her if he wasn't so gentle with her. "Lana, my angel, I will always be with you. I promised you, remember?" "I remember." The girl exhaled, barely aware of what she was saying. Her hands wandered over his body. Her lips kissed the tender skin at his collarbone and neck. She wanted him desperately to the point of trembling knees. But Timothy pulled away, looking triumphantly at his woman, who was wilting with desire. "I have to go to work," he said, adjusting his clothes. Lana nodded with a smile and, arching languidly, said, "Come back early today. We're meeting the guys. I'll need to get you ready." Timothy nodded from the doorway. "And go to the doctor," Lana shouted, annoyed with herself for not being more assertive. The morning sky, surprisingly clear for mid-October, was waking up. The city, with the slowness of a bear coming out of hibernation, was coming to life. Metal shutters of shops were rising. Coffee machines were emitting thick, aromatic steam. Car doors were slamming, and hundreds of faceless people were trudging to work in a gray line. Timothy placed another crate of vegetables and straightened up with satisfaction. His wounded side ached with a dull, pulling pain. The skin around it was red and unbearably itchy. Lana was right, he thought absently. I should really see a doctor. He wiped the sweat off his face with the back of his hand and pulled a cigarette from a crumpled pack. "Hey, buddy, the job's not done yet," an angry voice called from behind him. "I'm not paying you to take smoke breaks." Tim cursed under his breath, threw away the freshly lit cigarette, and turned to his boss with an unnatural smile. "Sorry. There's a lot of stuff today, and I'm alone," he began. But the chubby little man immediately interrupted him. His small, beady eyes gleamed angrily from under bushy eyebrows, and his thick, sausage-like fingers needed a handkerchief, constantly wiping away the saliva dripping from his mouth. In his face, people called him Kevin Lewis, but behind his back, no one called him anything but the walking sausage. If you can't handle your duties, maybe you should find another job? Something simpler. Tim exhaled loudly, glaring at his boss with hatred. He almost imagined his fist smashing into this bastard's nose, hearing the bones crack and the wet crunching sound. He saw him falling to the ground, rolling his eyes in horror and squealing like a girl. Then he'd kick him in the stomach to knock the wind out of him. Tim would beat him so hard that blood would splatter everywhere. Its drops would be on the vegetables, on the side of the chubby truck, on his hands, and his boss's face would turn into a bloody mess. Tim would do that if it weren't for Lana. "I'll work better, Mr. Lewis," he muttered instead, clenching and unclenching his fists. The boss grunted thoughtfully and entered the store with a self-satisfied look. Timothy watched his movements with fury, imagining ever more gruesome tortures. The anger was eating him from the inside, trying to find a way out, but the man kept it under control. "Well," he muttered, preparing to lift another crate. "Back to work." "Kid, you can't haul that alone," the truck driver said in a good-natured bass, lazily watching the grim, sweaty, and red Timothy. "3 guys loaded it into the truck in front of me." Tim looked at the man irritably and winced. He was disgustingly dirty. The driver's gray hair hung in unwashed strands to his shoulders. His worn gray shirt was covered in oily stains, and dark sweat circles were visible under his armpits. The old man's thin lips spread in a smile, revealing a row of yellow, tobacco-stained teeth. Timothy jerked the crate, ignoring his protesting muscles. Overcoming the pain, he dragged it to the storeroom and dropped it with a loud thud. His pulse pounded in his temples, his ears buzzed, and sweat poured down his face. "Well, you're a strong one, kid," the old driver said respectfully, spitting on the ground. "If you wanted, you could crush that jerk in no time." Timothy smirked crookedly. The pain in his side became almost unbearable. He could feel the edges of the wound opening, and warm blood trickling down his skin. "I'm not like that," Tim replied, hoping the old man would get bored and leave. Then he could lift his shirt and check his side. The driver lowered his head, staring at the young man with a heavy, assessing look. Timothy almost heard a low growl. Was that him growling? "Don't be so sure," the old man grumbled in a deep voice. "You're a predator, stronger, faster than the rest." "Hey, old man," Tim started irritably, cracking his knuckles. He was sick of all this. "Go take a walk somewhere while I finish up here." He turned to continue working, and didn't notice the old man move with lightning speed to stand beside him. Timothy only felt a sharp, burning pain as the old man's claws touched his wound. He screamed and tried to push the old man away, but the driver was surprisingly strong. "What now, boy? Not so tough anymore," the old man said with a sickly sweet smile, squeezing Tim's wound harder. His other hand grabbed Tim's throat, making it hard for him to breathe. "Never, hear me, never talk to me like that," Tim growled, his vision darkened. He struck the old man in the face, leaving 4 long, deep, jagged wounds. How could his hands leave such terrible injuries? Or were they claws? The driver's head snapped to the side, but he didn't release Tim, continuing to squeeze his throat. He kept smiling that sickening smile. "Come on, boy. You're almost there. Let the beast out. His blood is already in you, and soon his soul will join you too." Timothy watched in horror as the old man's wounds began to heal. "I'm going to die here," he thought with sudden clarity, and a deep rage engulfed him. With some inhuman strength, he shoved the old man, sending him flying several meters into the side of the truck, leaving a deep dent. Tim gasped for air, trying to get enough oxygen into his lungs, but then he doubled over in pain throughout his body. He saw his fingers twist in different directions, his skin ripple and start to grow thick black fur. Tim dropped to all fours, convulsing in agony. "Oh, God," he cried. His voice sounded strange, almost animalistic. Tim felt his skull burn like fire, melting, taking on a completely new shape. In an instant, 4 heavy paws landed on the ground. The fur on his neck stood on end, and his muzzle bared its teeth. The old man looked at Tim with a triumphant expression. "Good boy, you're doing everything right. Now do you feel the blood rushing through your veins? Do you want to kill me?" Tim growled and shook his head. The smell was so delicious. Blood, living flesh. He was so hungry. The wolf took a step to the side, circling the old man. The driver grinned and spread his arms wide in invitation. Laughter bubbled from his mouth. He was happy. What was he happy about? The beast crouched and, pushing off the ground with all 4 paws, leaped at the old man. His fangs sank into the throat, tearing the soft, pliant flesh. Blood gushed from the severed artery, splattering the wolf's muzzle. The old man twitched in agony but continued to laugh with a horrible gurgling sound. The beast shook its head. There was a crunch of breaking vertebrae, and the driver finally fell silent. The wolf released the throat of his victim and bit into his stomach. With a contented growl, he began to gnaw on the old man's innards. Suddenly, the beast felt he no longer enjoyed the sensation of blood in his mouth. He shook his head and saw his hands, normal human fingers, only smeared with blood. Tim stood up, horrified at the sight of the corpse. He ran his hand over his face and felt a wave of nausea. He vomited blood and chunks of meat. Timothy took a step back and ran to the storeroom, where there was a small tap dripping water. Stripping off his blood-soaked shirt, why didn't it tear? The man shoved his head under the icy water, washing the blood off. "What to do? What the hell do I do?" he mumbled, trembling all over. "I killed him. They'll put me in prison." There was a click of high heels behind him. That's it, he thought. Tim smirked and gulped some water. He felt the cold seeping inside, gradually calming him. "Hey, handsome, what are you doing here?" a sultry voice purred. Mary, the tall, voluptuous platinum blonde. She had worked as a cashier in this store for 5 long years, but anyone who would listen knew she was a singer, just waiting for a producer. She slept with anyone who promised to help her career, and about once a month, she cried over shattered hopes. "The boss is furious that the goods are still not unloaded." "Tim, you look terrible," she cooed, touching his forehead. "So pale, almost green. Are you sick? Damn, Tim, where did you get hurt like that?" Timothy raised an eyebrow in surprise and smoothed his wet hair. She was incredibly calm for someone who should have found a corpse. "Did you come through the street?" he asked. Honey, how else can you get here? And you didn't see anything strange?" Tim ignored her words. "Just the unloaded meat crates, and they're starting to thaw. There's a pool of blood. If the boss sees it, you're in big trouble." The man abruptly stood up and, bypassing Mary, who was still chirping about something, went out to the truck. Indeed, the street was empty. No body, no blood splatters, just crates of goods. "Where the hell did he go?" Tim muttered. "Who?" "Handsome. The driver of this truck." "Mark? He's in the store drinking coffee." The man darted into the store. He saw a short, stocky, red-haired guy flirting with a young cashier. "Is that him?" Tim asked, addressing Mary. "Yeah, Mark the Charmer. she said, adjusting her tight blouse and looking at Tim worriedly. "You need to see a doctor, babe." Tim weakly smiled, patting Mary on the cheek. "I'm going crazy. Oh God, I'm just going crazy. Who was that old man? And where did he go? I'll do that, but I need to finish my job first." Suddenly, the door to the boss's office burst open and Kevin Lewis shouted, spraying spit. "To my office now!" Tim felt his rage rising again. How dare this bastard talk to me like that? I want him dead. Timothy slowly, lazily walked to the office. He felt his bones ache again, like liquid fire spreading through his body, gradually changing it. I am a beast, a killer. I need meat. Tim licked his suddenly dry lips. He felt his tongue touch sharp fangs. "You wanted to talk to me?" he hissed, closing the door behind him. Well, let's wipe that annoying smile off his face. Lana woke up with a groan. She was shivering violently, her heart pounding like crazy. She shook her head, trying to shake off the horrible dream she'd had after Tim left. Lana rubbed her temples and started untangling herself from the blanket that had wrapped around her like a cocoon. She placed her feet on the floor, savoring its soothing coolness. Slowly, on stiff legs, the girl shuffled to the shower. Turning the cold water all the way up, Lana stepped under the stream, washing off the sticky fear. "Stupid dream," she muttered, as she adjusted the water to a warm setting. Lana couldn't shake it off, even the smallest details. In the dream, she was in a morgue. Blue tiles on the floor and walls, bright electric light, and thank God, empty gurneys. She was playing cards with a strange, grim figure in a black hooded cloak. With death? She saw the bony fingers deftly laying out the cards, small white worms crawling out onto the prep table from the sleeves. They were playing for life. And she lost. What now? "Am I going to die?" Lana asked. The figure in the cloak laughed a gurgling laugh, and a disgusting, sticky stench of a decaying body spread around it. That smell was what woke Lana up, gasping in terror. The water gradually calmed her frayed nerves. "Not today, Mistress Death. I won't die today." Lana stepped out of the bathroom, slapping her bare feet on the tiles. She looked at her reflection in the mirror and was shocked by her haggard appearance. Dark circles under her eyes, pale skin, frightened gaze. But she was still very beautiful. Her long blonde hair now hung in wet strands down her back. She had a delicate, graceful neck, thin arms, and attentive brown eyes. A big cup of coffee, a cigarette, and I can live on. The girl glanced at the clock and laughed in surprise. 4 in the afternoon. "Wow, I slept a long time," she muttered. But Lana didn't feel rested at all. On the contrary, she felt completely drained. The girl lit a cigarette and took a satisfying drag, blowing smoke into the air. Tim didn't allow her to smoke, especially in the apartment. He said it was bad for her health. But Lana couldn't help herself. It was stronger than her. She'd brought this bad habit from the orphanage when she first tried smoking at 11 years old. The girl brewed a strong coffee. So strong that her heart would be pounding like crazy afterward. But that's exactly what she needed now. She took another drag. The silence in the apartment oppressed her. An irrational fear had firmly settled in the girl's soul. She understood what was happening to her. Lana never believed she'd escape alive and unscathed from her past. She had a good job, a beloved man, an apartment, small, but it's very cozy. Recently she'd feared that whoever measured out happiness would realize she'd received too much and decide to exact a terrible punishment. Damn it. Enough self-flagellation, she thought. She deserved all this and even more. The sudden ring of the phone made her jerk sharply. The cup with the scalding drink slipped from her hands and shattered on the floor. Brown liquid spread across the floor. "Damn," Lana groaned. It was her favorite cup. She took a step back, and a shard pierced her bare foot. Hissing in pain, Lana hobbled to the ringing phone. "Hello?" she barked irritably. "Lana, my sweetie," a cheerful voice exclaimed from the receiver. "How are you doing?" Lana smiled in relief and happily muttered, "Christina, is that you?" "No, it's the ghost of Hamlet's father. Who else were you expecting, friend?" The girl laughed loudly. Christina had called. Her foot stopped hurting, and the feeling of fear disappeared. A wave of relief washed over her, making her dizzy, and she had to grab the corner of the table. "Lana, hello, are you there?" "Yes," the girl yelled with a broad smile, feeling like a complete idiot. "Just repeat what you said." "Lana, my shining light, I hope you don't suffer from amnesia as well as deafness. Do you remember our outing today?" The girl bit her lip and irritably tugged at a strand of blonde hair. This trip was poorly timed. Her mood, already bad after visiting the orphanage where she grew up, was bound to turn even worse. She hated her orphanage quietly. It had brought her nothing but pain, fear, and humiliation. She remembered everything. The strict caregivers who punished any misconduct with beatings. The cruel children who, like little animals, defended their territory and attacked the weak. She remembered the big closet, a half-ruined bunker on the orphanage's border. She remembered its darkness, the musty air, the lustful chuckles, and the impatient hands tearing off her clothes. Lana bit her lip until it bled, hoping the physical pain would dull the emotional one. For a moment it became easier. Yes, she remembered everything. Too well. 10 years had passed since she'd been taken to a boarding school, but she still woke up screaming. Lana would never have returned to that place if Christina, her bosom friend and blood sister, hadn't said they needed to face their fear. And Lana agreed, not for herself, but for Christina, who had suffered more, but not today, not after this dream. "I remember, but," she began cautiously, and was interrupted by her friend's angry exclamation. "We are going there. Period. Besides, Steele will take us." Lana raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Steele? What's that all about?" "He's my new man," Christina purred coquettishly. "A hunk, strong, a god in bed." "Yeah, but why Steele?" "I don't know, and I don't care. The main thing is he doesn't talk much and has a car. So we'll pick you up around 6. Be ready." Christina rattled off and quickly hung up before her friend could object. Lana laughed and twirled on her heels. "All right, clean up the kitchen quickly before anyone sees this mess, and write Tim a note saying I went to the orphanage. He'll be thrilled." Lana could almost see her man frowning, pacing nervously, waiting for her return to hug her and say, "Everything's fine, sweetheart. Everything's fine." The girl mopped up the coffee in her blood, glancing nervously at the clock. Every second brought her closer to the appointed time. Almost 6, time to leave. But before that, she darted to the bedroom, reached under the mattress and pulled out a folding finish knife. Another habit from childhood. Never be unprotected. Lana quickly changed. She winked at her reflection, hoping it would capture her happy image and keep it until she returned. A smile was just what she needed now. So much pain. Muscles burned like fire. I died. Now the saints will open the gates of heaven to me, and I will stand before God. Or I'll end up in hell. But how can there be so much pain after death? Tim opened his glued eyes and immediately squinted. Even though there wasn't much light, it was still too bright. He ran his tongue over his rough, cracked lips. tasting the metallic tang of blood. He cautiously moved his fingers, touching the smooth floor. Rolling onto his stomach, he pressed his cheek against the cold tile. How good it felt. Tim got on all fours, but dizziness and unsteady legs made him sway. Cursing, he stood up and looked around. "Honey, I'm home!" Tim laughed nervously, seeing the familiar curtains in the familiar kitchen. How did he get here? The last few hours in his memory were like a black hole. The events at work, after the old driver showed up, merged into one dark stripe. Only vague memories flickered in his brain like falling stars across a night sky. Tim remembered his rage, anger, horror at what he'd done. But what he did remained in the dark. The man didn't understand how he got home, and in someone else's clothes. The oversized jacket hung on his shoulders like a sack. The short pants exposed his ankles. The house was comfortably quiet, water dripping from the tap. But Lana wasn't there. He could still smell her scent, touched the kettle and felt its warmth. She'd been home recently, drinking coffee and smoking her cheap, stinky cigarettes. "Where are you, love?" he murmured. He wanted to see her, touch her skin, bury his face in her hair so she could calm him, soothe him. Bite a piece of her flesh, taste her meat, savor the sweet taste of her blood. Her scent was everywhere, disgusting, alive, enticing. She had warm fingers. She touched his head, tearing it apart with her nails, driving them into his brain. Tim shook his head, trying to chase away the horrific thoughts. What was he thinking? It was impossible. He didn't want to hurt her. Not at all. He just wanted to see fear in her eyes, sink his teeth into her. Timothy shuddered all over. He yanked his hair hard. The pain briefly drove the insane thoughts from his mind. He couldn't kill Lana. She was his woman, part of him. Hurting her meant hurting himself. But how he wanted to tear her to pieces, play football with her pretty head. He was losing his mind. That was it, the answer. It was that simple. "It's not as simple as it seems," a voice said behind him. Tim whirled around and growled. "The old driver he killed. I killed him." Tim backed up in horror, bumping into the fridge door. He remembered his transformation. He was a wolf. Strong, vicious, hungry, and he tore the old man to pieces. "What did you do to me?" The old man, who had been picking his teeth with a stick, raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Tim thought he would faint. Instead, the man whined quietly and tried to blend into the fridge door. The old man's cheek was torn off, and his right eye socket was empty. The eye had oozed out and hung on remnants of muscle somewhere at chin level. His dirty work jacket was covered in red-brown stains. Tim felt something sharp dig into the skin of his palms, his own nails. The old man, looking like a magician, got up from the stool and opened his jacket. Tim was seized by a terrible spasm, and he vomited straight onto the kitchen wall. The driver had no insides. Where his stomach should be was a neat hole with jagged, chewed edges, and the stick he used to pick his teeth was a bone shard. "This is a dream. Just a dream. It can't be real," Tim whispered, shaking his head hysterically. He closed his eyes, hoping the nightmare would disappear. But when he opened them, the grotesque, grinning face was still there. "It's not a dream. No, no, no. It's not a dream." The driver grabbed Tim by the scruff of his neck with one hand, yanked him up, and set him on his feet. "Just like your transformation and the rampage in the store weren't dreams." Tim jerked as if struck. He remembered what he'd done, how he killed Kevin Lewis, how he tore apart the beautiful Mary, who had come to the boss's office at the wrong time to save Timothy from another scolding. The man moaned as if in pain. He almost felt his bones changing, his muscles burning with fire. The memories alone filled his mouth with thick saliva. The man swallowed with difficulty. "You are strong, and you showed your strength. The wolf in you is pleased." Tom brought his mutilated face close to the man, so Tim could smell the stench of rotting flesh. "I didn't want to," he sobbed. No, of course not. You craved it. You needed their deaths as much as you need her death." Timothy gritted his teeth, glaring at Tom in fury. He couldn't harm Lana. She was kind, good, faithful. He couldn't hurt her. The old man winced as if in pain and screamed, spraying blood around. "She is a hindrance. She doesn't let you fully become the beast to be free. Satisfy your hunger. Find her and kill her." Timothy shook his head. He couldn't harm her. She was kind, good, faithful. He couldn't hurt her. Do you want to be a pathetic man, working for some bastard for pennies? Or do you want to change and become a merciless beast? To run through the night with the wind, to chase prey, to take what belongs to you? For that, you need to get rid of Lana. Tim closed his eyes and moaned quietly. "I don't know where she is," he whispered. "Look on the table." The old man nodded. Like a robot, Tim walked to the table and saw a small note. Barely touching it with his fingertips, Tim read, "Hi, love. Went with Christina and Steele to face the past. I hope I have the guts to stop by the shelter. I'll be late. But don't worry, we'll be driven there. Kisses, lots of kisses." The note was written in small, neat letters, and at the end was a funny little face. "To face the past," Tom mumbled, peering over Tim's shoulder. "Do you know where her orphanage is?" "Yes." Tim smiled sadly. The hunger was becoming unbearable. He could barely think coherently. The wolf inside him tried to break free, threatening to disrupt the already fragile balance in his soul. Only Lana could save him, if only temporarily. "Then we go, the old man sang, nearly dancing on the spot. "We'll find her, tear her apart, and soak the ground with her blood." Timothy nodded grimly. One thought troubled him. "Why are you alive?" The old man smirked, revealing a row of sharp, yellow teeth. "Because you want me to be. That's right. My desires are paramount. I want, and I will get it." "Let's go, old man," Tim growled, adjusting his jacket. "I need to find my prey." Dark leaden clouds moved slowly across the sky. They were so heavy they almost touched the treetops. The air smelled sharply of rain and dampness. Fallen leaves danced in the wind. Lana stood by the car, wrapping herself in a thin jacket, glumly eyeing the old orphanage. It was one of those ugly 60s buildings whose appearance induced despondency, not to mention the damage time had inflicted. The dilapidated building looked pitiful. Gray, peeling walls with dirty streaks from frequent rains. Ivy crawled up the foundation and rose higher, embedding itself in numerous cracks as if trying to cover the unsightly shelter with its green cloak. The sparse windows were shattered, dark gaps gaping in their place. The first-floor windows had prison-like bars, some bent, some torn out with chunks of concrete as if someone had tried to break in, and silence. Thick, almost ringing. The kind of silence only found in long-abandoned places. "Wow," Christina muttered in shock. She wrinkled her pretty forehead. The girl had a very distinctive appearance. Short red hair cut unevenly in strands. A small piercing in her plump lower lip. A tattoo of a scorpion stretched across her neck. A leather jacket with numerous studs, ripped jeans, and black boots with high heels completed the look. Next to her, Lana, in her old jacket and worn sneakers, looked almost old-fashioned. Christina struck a match, lighting a cigarette. "I didn't know it was this bad." "Neglected," Lana finished. I suspected the orphanage had problems, but I didn't think it was this bad. Remember about a year ago they called asking for donations to help the orphanage? Like, it raised us, so now we owe it. Yeah, but I told them to shove it. Lana nodded. She remembered that call well. When a faceless, indifferent voice politely asked her for financial help for the orphanage she had never expected to leave alive as a child. Lana felt her blood rush to her head. Her ears buzzed, and her vision darkened. She leaned against the wall because her legs no longer supported her. Old fears came back with renewed strength. The girl muttered that Lana Marini had never lived there and they had the wrong number. Then she hung up and didn't answer the phone for 3 days, fearing to hear that voice again. So did I. But I didn't know things were this bad. Christina nodded at the half-ruined building. I thought the orphanage was eternal. An eternal reminder of a lost childhood, Lana said in a choked voice. Christina threw her half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with a sharp toe. Ready, Lana? The girl gave a sad smile and nodded affirmatively. Steal, Christina yelled, hoping the guy in the car would hear her. He sat behind closed windows with music blaring. His bald head bobbed in time with the music, his lips silently mouthing the words. Christina pursed her lips and tapped on the window with her knuckles. He looked around, confused, as if he couldn't understand where the sound was coming from. In his puffy jacket and shiny bald head, he reminded Lana of a Martian. Once the man opened the window, Christina continued, We're going for a walk. Wait here. Sweetie, the guy whined. Lana grimaced. This muscle-bound oaf with the intelligence of an oyster annoyed her to no end. There's absolutely nothing to do here. While you and your friend reminisce, I'll be bored to death. My golden boy, please be patient. We won't be long, Christina cooed, looking him in the eyes, then glanced apologetically at her classmate. Well, Christina, we passed an auto parts store. I'll check it out. Call me when you're ready to go back. Okay, babe. Christina chewed her plump lower lip thoughtfully and nodded. Steele, not waiting for the girl to change her mind, quickly sped off down the dirt road. The girls exchanged annoyed glances, then burst into laughter. They didn't need words to understand each other. After so many years together, even a simple look could say a lot. From her friend's grimace, Lana knew Steele would be history when they got home. The girls slowly walked towards the orphanage, clutching each other tightly. Lana was trembling noticeably. She tried to convince herself that nothing terrible was happening. It was just a house, an ugly building like countless others. It posed no threat. Here, no one would beat her half to death or molest her with dirty jokes. The orphanage was far from town, to hide the unfortunate children from curious, well-fed townspeople. No one likes to look at others' misery. Many children from the orphanage never knew what happiness was. Like little animals, they banded together to survive. Those who refused to join risked becoming outcasts, which meant being defenseless against the attacks of other children and caregivers. The forest surrounding the orphanage also served as a kind of refuge. Ancient and leafy, it hid the dreary building, softening its harshness with its riot of colors. The girls approached the orphanage and stopped in hesitation. Lana had almost resigned herself to entering this house. She resolutely lifted her foot over the first step, pulling her friend along. But Christina, in fear, tore her hand from Lana's grip. I can't, she muttered in a muffled voice, staring in horror at the open doors, as if it wasn't a doorway but the jaws of an unknown monster. Lana raised her eyebrows in disbelief. You dragged me here, she hissed with the venom of any snake. Christina took a step back and bit her lip in guilt. Understand, Lana, I really wanted to go through this with you, but I can't. The closer we get to this house, the faster my heart beats. And I'm afraid it won't withstand the stress. What will you do with a corpse? Dig a hole somewhere. Lana grumbled irritably. She looked at her friend, pale as a ghost, her hands shaking. She turned to the orphanage and sighed heavily. I'll go in anyway. I doubt I'll have the courage for a second time. Christina nodded understandingly, taking another step back, and gave a weak smile. I'll wait for you here by the fence. Lana turned around and, closing her eyes, stepped onto the first step. And the world didn't end. The floors creaked underfoot, and the railing she grabbed was rusty. The world continued to live. Birds chirped happily, and the sky frowned, anticipating rain. Carefully stepping, Lana walked onto the first floor. Scraps of newspapers, broken furniture, and an untouched layer of dust lay around. The girl was glad the orphanage was far from the city. Otherwise, addicts would have claimed the place. But it was just dirt and memories. Unpleasant, but not frightening. Lana walked towards the staircase leading to the second floor. She touched the wooden railing, surprised that it hadn't been torn away during the movie. The second floor was as neglected as the first. Only the windows weren't broken, so the air was heavy and musty. The girl approached the door where she once lived with 9 other girls. She gingerly grasped the dirty door handle of the rickety door and was about to pull it when a sharp, piercing groan made her jump in surprise. Spinning on her heels, Lana ran to the window and swore softly. Christina had grown tired of waiting by the house and had moved to the playground, swinging on the creaky swings against the backdrop of the dark, heavy sky. Lana turned away from the window and yanked the door open as if ripping off a bandage from a healed wound. A musty smell hit her nose from the long, unventilated room. It's strange how quickly air spoils in abandoned houses. No one breathes, so there should be plenty of oxygen, but the air becomes stale. Lana stepped into the room, kicking up a cloud of dust, and sneezed loudly. She wiped her eyes clear of dust and rushed to the window. Throwing it open, she inhaled the fresh evening air with pleasure. Turning around, she looked over the room. Dust particles danced in the empty space. No beds, no nightstands. Empty. Lana closed her eyes and let her memory guide her. Taking 2 steps, she stopped and crouched down. The girl pulled it back, revealing a concrete floor with a small wooden hatch in the center. She ran her fingers over the rough wood, touched the cold metal latch, and drew her hand back as if burned. Should she pick at the wound? She'd already reopened it by returning to the orphanage. Was it necessary to dig deeper? Bitterly smirking, the girl pulled out the knife and slid it into the thin gap, praying the blade wouldn't break. Slowly, as if reluctant to part with its secrets, the hatch gave way. The underside was scratched with inscriptions. These were the names of the girls who lived in the orphanage at different times. Real names didn't stick in the orphanage, replaced by often humiliating nicknames. Some children got so used to them they often forgot their original names. Ignoring the dust, Lana sat on the floor and reached into the niche. She pulled out a thick, worn notebook. Sighing deeply, she opened the first page and bit her lip to keep from howling. 5 disheveled 12-year-old girls smiled mischievously at her. Identical gray dresses, hair in messy braids. They could have been sisters, but were much closer. Best friends, brought together by common misfortune. They lived in this room for 2 long years until an even greater disaster struck. Olivia Thompson, Catherine Novak, Maria Anderson, Christina Carpenter, and Lana. The first 3 died, the latter 2 still tormented by the horror that gripped their souls with steel tongs. And it was all the fault of a pedophile maniac who kidnapped the girls and dragged them to the big closet. He raped and beat them for 3 days until someone from the orphanage thought to look for the missing children in the bunker. But it was too late. Olivia died from the torture. A week after the rescue, Catherine slit her wrists in the bathroom. They found her on the white tiles in a pool of blood. Maria didn't last long either. Once beautiful and cheerful after the closet, she became a lifeless shell of her former self, her face disfigured by the maniac. He slashed her mouth from ear to ear, opening the flesh in a grotesque grin. "Glasgow smile," the doctors whispered as they examined her. They found her on the concrete outside the hospital. Her gray eyes stared at the sky in disbelief. Her right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, bones protruding from her legs. And her face was frozen in a horrible smile, stitched with black thread. Blood was everywhere. A crimson lake of blood. The arriving detective tiredly concluded it was a suicide. Lana and Christina were lucky. They were a bit stronger than their friends and managed to survive the horror. Now, scars all over their bodies and an unhealed wound in their hearts reminded them of that time, and a burning sense of guilt. That's what troubled Lana most of all. The girl woke up every night from dreams where she cut Catherine's thin wrists with a blade, pushed Maria off the hospital roof. She couldn't help persuade, save them. Lana whimpered quietly. The pain of memories flooded her anew. They flared in her mind, leaving raw, screaming nerves in their wake. "Forgive me," she screamed, pounding her fists against the concrete floor. "Forgive me, it's my fault." The girl gasped for air, her eyes filled with tears. Lana had cradled her grief all this time, burying it deep in her mind to keep it from breaking free and destroying the fragile sense of well-being she had built for herself. Lana cried, smearing tears and dust together. Exhausted from her hysteria, she lay on the floor, feeling its enveloping coolness. Outside, the rain began to pour. Heavy drops drummed against the windows, splashed into the room. Water pooled on the floor, sending out a few tendrils. One reached Lana, soaking her sleeve. She looked at the window indifferently, not moving. Evening had long set in, and the gray sky turned threateningly black. It spewed rain and lightning. The horizon disappeared, earth and sky merging. Who said hell is hot? Watching the raging elements, one might think hell is wet and cold. Lana sat up. There were no more tears, but she hadn't obtained forgiveness. The girl tilted her head, glancing at the hatch once more. Near the carved names of her friends, Lana noticed a dense web. She carefully, with disgust, removed it and froze, reading the words, "Friends, no matter what." A letter from the afterlife, she snorted irritably. Then she burst into laughter in relief. No matter how unreal and melodramatic the situation seemed, she felt forgiven, at least by herself. Standing in the middle of the room, she recited a prayer. She picked up the notebook, the knife, and left the corridor, determined never to return to the orphanage. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill scream made her shudder. It was so loud it pierced through the noise of the raging storm. "Christina," she whispered in a trembling voice. Lana bolted down the stairs, risking falling and breaking her neck, and burst outside. The rain poured in endless streams. Cold fingers touched the girl's body, caressed her hair, kissed her lips. It obscured her view beyond a few feet. Lana looked around for her friend, nervously biting her lip. "Christina!" she shouted, straining her eyes to the point of pain. Getting no response, she ran through the slippery leaves around the orphanage to the playground. The rusty swing still swayed as if someone had just jumped off. Frantically looking around, Lana slowly approached them. The knife in her hand gave her an odd sense of calm. She was ready to kill anyone who had made Christina scream like that. If only she had the chance. She crouched beside the swings, holding them steady. 2 tracks led from them in the ground as if Christina had been dragged, her feet digging into the earth. Lana followed the tracks and cursed. A few meters away, an entire heel lay on the ground. No, it wasn't just torn off. It had been ripped out entirely. Lana understood there were only 2 places they could have taken Christina, the forest or the old bunker. But she felt she had to go to the big closet. She swallowed hard, her mouth dry from fear, her eyes darkened. The girl shook her head, hoping to chase away the sticky terror. I could call for help. Someone will come and save Christina, Lana thought, stepping back. But who do I call? There's no one for miles. Even that idiot Steele drove off. Maybe it's him? He decided to scare Christina and miscalculated, not knowing how on edge she already was. Lana liked that thought so much she almost ran to the road to confront the misbehaving lovers. But there was one problem. When she ran out of the orphanage, there was no car on the road. So it had to be the bunker. Lana felt that time was running out for her friend. But she couldn't force herself to enter the closet. The girl closed her eyes and took a step toward the bunker. "You can't leave her here," she told herself. "You just can't." Lana saw a small hill covered in moss, with a massive wooden door at its base. The earth around it was freshly disturbed. Moving in slow motion, she approached the bunker and froze at the entrance. Rain and wind lashed her face, but she saw bloody handprints on the doorframe that the downpour hadn't yet washed away. She leaned over the opening, listening to the darkness, but she heard nothing. Taking a deep breath, Lana pushed a strand of wet hair from her forehead, stepped inside, and descended the first step, leading to the gentle slope of the bunker. Gripping the knife tightly, she took another step. Only 15 steps to the bottom. Lana almost saw the unknown assailant lurking in the darkness of the big closet, waiting for his next victim to walk into his hands. She felt too visible, and knew she couldn't rely on the element of surprise. Suddenly, her foot slipped on the wet step, and she nearly tumbled down. Grabbing the wall, she managed to stay on her feet. Her fingers sank into the cold, sticky mud, and she yelped in surprise. How cold-blooded must the attacker be to not react to the noise she made? Or am I wrong and there's no one here? Lana decided to go to the end, just to be sure. Stepping onto the dirt floor of the bunker, she looked around. She was surrounded by thick, moving darkness. It seemed alive, trying to envelop her, consume her. Lana felt her heart pounding, blood rushing through her veins, the sound roaring in her ears, pulsing in her temples. Her hand, clutching the knife, cramped up, and Lana switched it to her other hand, dimly understanding that this further reduced her already slim chances of survival. Suddenly, small, quick legs scurried up her leg. With a full-body shudder, Lana stepped back and tripped over something, falling painfully to the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of her, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. But when she finally did, Lana smelled a faint, sour scent. Blood. The girl reached into her pocket for her lighter. The small flame in her hand cut through the darkness like a thin knife. Lana turned toward the object she'd tripped over and whimpered. 2 gray eyes stared at her sightlessly. So familiar, so dear. "Christina," she whimpered softly, shaking her friend by the shoulder. The lighter grew hot in her hand, burning her fingers, and she dropped it to the ground, plunging back into darkness. "Please say something." Lana grabbed her friend and laid her in her lap. Christina didn't move, her arms hanging limply. Warm blood pooled on Lana's legs. The girl found her friend's carotid artery and froze, trying to feel a pulse. She counted to 10, but felt nothing. She howled, not caring about the killer lurking nearby. She grabbed her friend under the arms and dragged her to the light. "I'm not leaving you here," she hissed. "We didn't stay back then, and I won't leave you now." Sweat poured from Lana's body. She no longer understood what was happening, that an assailant might be waiting upstairs. She only wanted to get Christina out of the bunker. "I'm not leaving you. My girl is doing great." Completely forgetting about herself. She only thinks about not leaving her friend in the bunker. Tim hid in the forest near the bunker. He was a wolf again, but retained part of his mind. The man could have caught Lana in 2 leaps by the bunker and killed her by tearing her throat as the wolf inside demanded. But he hesitated, watched her roam the yard of the orphanage, watched her convince herself to enter the big closet. He heard her wild scream when she found her dead friend. "You're taking too long," came the voice next to him. Tim shook his massive head and looked at the old man. He was almost used to Tom's unusual appearance. The wolf bared his teeth and growled softly. "I understand you've been together for so many years and you loved her. But that's no reason to hesitate," the old man continued. He sat on the ground, enthusiastically catching and eating various bugs and worms. "Trust me, if she had the chance, she wouldn't wait a second." The wolf growled again and snapped his teeth close to the old man's hand. Tom just shrugged and muttered, "As you wish." "Yes, as I wish. She will die. But first I want to see fear, madness, rage in her eyes. I want to know what the maniac who trapped my girl in that terrible closet felt and saw. And only then will I kill her." The wolf lay his head on his paws and patiently waited for his prey to emerge from the bunker. He felt nothing, no joy, no anger, no love, only hunger, insatiable, devouring him from within. And the desire to kill. Lana's hunched, tense figure appeared at the door. The girl jerkily dragged her friend's lifeless body. Each step took enormous effort. She panted, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Sweat streamed down her pretty face, mixing with dirt and Christina's blood. In Lana's eyes was boundless grief. Dragging the body far enough from the bunker, she collapsed beside it, exposing her face to the harsh rain. Several moments passed, and she still didn't move, staring blankly into the distance. "She lost her mind from grief," the old man said with satisfaction. "Now you can't have any fun with her." Tim turned and bit him on the leg, tearing off a chunk of flesh. His mouth filled with the bitter taste of rot. The wolf spat in disgust and bared his teeth. Tom frowned and covered the gaping wound with his hand. "Do as you wish, but I say you should have killed her earlier," he muttered. The wolf nodded and began to creep toward the girl. "Come on, my dear, don't let me down. I know you're stronger. Don't break now. You can do it. Get up." Tim didn't understand why it was so important that Lana fought back, that she ran from him, fought. Deep down, he felt he didn't want her death, and by hesitating he was giving her a chance to save herself. As if hearing his thoughts, Lana jerked, rolled onto her hands and knees, and stood up. She searched her friend's pockets for a cell phone, but not finding it, she looked back at the bunker in despair. No, she won't go back there. Never. Lana sighed in defeat, turned sharply, and ran towards the road, like a frightened animal. The wolf licked his lips and slipped into the forest. He trotted through the woods, thin branches slapping his body, yellow leaves sticking to his fur. He was thrilled by the chase. He was almost happy. Lana ran onto the road and stopped, looking around frantically. In the distance, she saw a red car heading toward the city. The girl sprinted towards it, hoping the car wouldn't leave. The wolf grinned, trotted across the road, and ducked into the bushes, lying low. The girl turned towards the faint rustle and frowned, clutching the knife tighter. She listened for a moment and then resumed her run to the car. Almost reaching it, she froze. Tim could feel her hesitation and fear. He knew the rain obscured her view inside the car. He wanted to get closer, to see her eyes, but the fear of being discovered prematurely kept him in place. Suddenly, a nearby lightning strike illuminated everything with bright white light. Tim waited a few moments and then, with the first rumble of thunder, bolted through the bushes toward his prey. When everything went quiet again, he was already very close. He could see her tear-streaked eyes, trembling lips, and the pulsing blue vein in her thin neck. He could smell her. So sharp, so alluring. The wolf swallowed. A low growl escaped his muzzle, and his eyes filled with bloodlust. Lana approached the car, and cupping her hands against the window tried to see inside, but couldn't. She cautiously knocked on the glass, not expecting a response, but following the unspoken rules. She pulled the door handle, confirming it was locked. The girl turned towards the forest, bent down, and searched the ground. She was too close to the wolf. If Lana had looked closely at the foliage, she would have seen him. Tim pressed himself to the ground, blending with the shadows of the night. He became one of them. Lana's fingers quickly ran over the ground, moving from one spot to another. Tim trembled with excitement. He could barely restrain the wolf inside from attacking. So close. Too close. Move away, my dear, or I won't be able to hold back, and the fun will end. How enticing you smell. Lana suddenly exhaled in relief and picked up a hefty rock. Returning to the car, she turned and threw the stone through the driver's window. The sound of breaking glass echoed like thunder, and shards scattered across the ground. Wrapping her hand in her jacket, the girl pushed out the remaining shards and looked into the car. Tim waited. Poor, stupid man. How many times have they warned on TV and newspapers? Don't pick up hitchhikers. But you were tempted by easy money and took a risk by driving a weird, muscular guy with a cold, detached look far out of town. Wrong. So wrong. And I wasn't even going to kill you. But Tom said it was necessary. And I trust the old man. I didn't even transform into a wolf. I snapped your neck just like that, with my hands. And now my girl looks at you with disbelief. And I wait. Come on, darling, scream. But she didn't scream, just swore under her breath. Everyone has their breaking point where fear no longer exists. Apparently, Lana had crossed hers. She reached into the car and pulled the door handle. Gingerly searching the dead man, she checked his jacket pockets. She threw the wallet to the ground in frustration, tossed a pack of cigarettes, and then squealed in delight. In her slender hands, a phone glowed with a blue light of victory. Time. The old man barked in Tim's ear. The wolf roared and jumped onto the road in front of the girl. Lana looked at him with a mixture of surprise and horror. "Timothy?" she whispered, stuttering. The wolf bared his teeth, took a step back. She recognized me, in my new form. How is that possible? Kill her, the old man shrieked, dancing in the bushes. We'll bathe in her blood, tear her apart. The girl completely ignored Tom, as if he didn't exist. Her gaze was fixed on Timothy. "Tim, what are you doing here? Why are you here?" Each word was a struggle for her. She shook violently. The beast snapped its teeth and took another step closer. "Such a good steak she'll make. Juicy, delicious," the old man ranted. "What's wrong with you?" Lana's voice became low, threatening. She understood everything. "Smart girl. The wolf lunged at her, aiming to bite her throat. But Lana raised her left hand defensively, avoiding a fatal injury. His teeth clamped down on her fragile forearm. The girl screamed in pain and fell to the ground under the beast's weight. Warm blood gushed into his mouth, and the wolf purred with pleasure. Tim understood that in another moment it would all be over. He would reach her throat. But sudden, sharp pain made him recoil. He looked in confusion at the heavily breathing Lana, who still held the knife in her bloody hand. Tim glanced down at his exposed torso and pressed his hands to the bleeding wound on his left side. "Hands, white skin? I'm human again!" "Bitch!" he hissed and lunged at her. But Lana was faster. She jumped to her feet and ran into the forest, disappearing in the foliage. Tim writhed in pain on the road. Rain mixed with his blood, running in red rivulets onto the asphalt. "I told you, you should have killed her earlier," Tom croaked nearby. The old man squatted beside Tim and poked a finger into his wound. Timothy groaned in pain and moved further away. "Now she will escape." "I'll tear her to pieces," Tim gritted through his teeth. "Doubtful. You're wounded and she ran away. I'll catch her and sink my teeth into her. She has a cell phone. She'll call the cops. I'll have time to satisfy my hunger." The old man raised his white, cloudy eyes to Timothy and said, "Then hurry. My body is changing again. It's taking the form I need. I am the wolf, the predator, the beast. My girl won't escape. I know her scent. I remember her taste. I will find her." The young wolf lowered his head to the ground, inhaling its spicy, moist scent. He detected the aroma of decaying leaves, fresh apples and pears, the bitter stench of the wet road and human trash. But even through this abundance of smells, he sensed the ones he needed, blood and fear. Close by, just a few leaps away. The wolf pinned his ears back and slowly, quietly began to stalk his prey. He could almost hear the frightened sobs and discern the hesitant words of a prayer. He saw her. A small covered barn with one missing wall was a poor shelter from a predator. But the sharp scent of another animal nearly masked her presence. She sat by the far wall, cradling her injured right arm. The wound was bleeding heavily, leaving sweet-smelling drops where she had walked. The wolf bared his teeth. He remembered her taste, knew how she screamed, how beautiful she was in her terror. Her thin, almost translucent skin covered in blood, her lips trembling with barely contained hysteria, her gaze darting chaotically from one object to another, hoping to spot the wolf in the darkness. A low, heavy growl escaped his throat against his will. The girl jerked her head towards the sound and froze, pinned in place by the predator's hungry gaze. "Please, no," she whispered. Her frightened, raspy voice was barely audible through the thunder's din. The wolf bared his teeth and took a step forward, looking at his prey from under his brow. "I'm begging you. It can still be changed." She trembled all over. Her fear was almost tangible, and the wolf savored it, absorbed it. "I can help you." Her voice was bitter, strained. She didn't believe what she was saying. The wolf took another step and crouched low to the ground, ready to pounce. "Please, no!" she screamed. But the beast was already in the air, baring its teeth and aiming for her throat. Just then, a figure burst through the barn door, drenched and panting. Steel. The wolf, Tim, snarled in frustration, momentarily distracted by the new arrival. Lana seized the opportunity and bolted for the barn's exit. Tim lunged at Steel, but Steel was quick, sidestepping the attack. He grabbed a pitchfork from the corner and thrust it forward. Tim snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. Lana, heart pounding, ran towards the parked car, Steele's car. She could hear the sounds of the struggle behind her, the snarls, the grunts, the sound of claws against metal. She fumbled with the car door, her hands slick with rain and blood. Finally, she managed to yank it open and threw herself inside. As she slammed the door shut, she glanced back to see Tim pinning Steele to the ground, his teeth tearing into Steele's flesh. Steele screamed, a gurgling, horrible sound that was quickly drowned out by the thunder. Lana turned the key in the ignition with trembling hands. The engine roared to life, and she floored the accelerator. The car lurched forward, the headlights cutting through the darkness and rain. In the rearview mirror, she saw Tim lift his bloodied snout, his eyes locking onto hers for a split second. "All right, Andy," said a tall, burly man, addressing the new guy. "I've shown you the hospital layout. Now we just need to introduce you to our patients. Since you're a brave lad who chose to work in Block D, we'll start there." Andy nodded nervously, adjusting the cuff on his pristine white shirt. "We don't have many patients here," continued Max. "Just 10. And as an orderly, it's your job to make sure they're comfortable." The man laughed at his own joke and nudged Andy in the shoulder. The orderly gave a crooked smile in return and waited expectantly for his mentor. "Now where was I? Ah yes, the first room houses Mr. Byrne, a fascinating character, pyrophile. He gets off when his victims burn. Not too dangerous for us. Just don't bring any matches." "Room number 2, that's Johnson. He killed his wife in a fit of jealousy. Then he went next door and killed his neighbor. Then another woman, and another. In total 12. He claims they were all his wife. Harmless to men." They approached the third door. It was a massive metal construction with numerous locks and a small window. Andy noticed Max's demeanor changed. The carefree smile vanished, replaced by a steely glint in his eyes. "And here lives our beast, the most dangerous psycho in the entire hospital, incredibly strong and just as ruthless. Suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, manic episodes, split personality." "What did he do to end up here?" Andy asked quietly, pointing to the steel door. 5 murders in one day. Cannibalism." "He ate them?" The intern felt his stomach churn. "Yes," Max answered calmly. "He considers himself a damn werewolf. In the morning he killed his boss and a colleague. That same evening he killed another girl and 2 guys. How did they catch him? His girlfriend managed to call the cops. They traced the cell signal and managed to catch this beast in the woods. I'm still surprised they didn't kill him on the spot. They say he gutted his victims like rabbits. Their entrails were scattered everywhere." Andy swayed and leaned against the wall for support. "So the rules are, enter his room in 3s, you, the doctor, and another orderly. Prepare syringes with meds in advance. No sharp or cutting objects. If you hear him growling, howling, or talking to someone, grab the doctor and get out." "Is he really that dangerous?" "The guy who worked before you? Do you know what happened to him?" Max asked. Seeing Andy shake his head, he continued, "That beast bit off his nose, just with his teeth." Andy closed his eyes, trying to control his fear. Working in a psychiatric hospital no longer seemed like such a good idea. "And who does he talk to?" "His imaginary friend," Max chuckled sadly. "He calls him the Old Man." The intern stared at the massive door in shock. His mind couldn't process the horror committed by the man inside. Andy took a step forward and pressed his face to the small window, trying to see pure evil. All he saw was a large, emaciated man, muttering to himself and gnawing his fingers until they bled.